Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. If you are new here, please subscribe, click the bell, ding the dong, bing the bong, all that great stuff. Like you just saw on the intro, how are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I see we have some members in the house. Members in the house. Yes, members in the house. Currently, I'm seeing Owen Supreme saying he's first. Thank you for being first, sir. Lisa's in the house. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for being a channel member. Lisa says, hopefully I can join if you are on later on. This is gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a long one. And I also see Etsy. Etsy is in the house. Thank you, 3, for being channel members. Thank you for supporting me through channel membership, and everyone else who is watching in the clouds. You don't have to be a channel member. Just know that if you're not a channel member, you will have to wait because channel members are first class. Wait as far as being able to talk in the chat. I'll open it up later. Do not worry. Do not worry. Yes.
But that's okay.
Yes, it is okay. Because no pressure on you being a channel member or not. All I ask is you thumb up the video, share it, support.
If you haven't done so, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you like the stream, fam. That helps with the algo. And welcome all.
Yes, it does help with the algorithm. It does. We're going to be going over From Season 3, Episode 8, Thresholds. Awesome episode. And you know what? This is going to be a deep dive.
Get your tea and your popcorn because this is going to be another good one.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And spoiler alert, this is a spoiler for episode 8 of season 3, and really the entire series thus far. It's going to be a spoiler-filled thing. So if you are new here and you're like, will we have spoilers or not? What's going on? Yes, there will be spoilers. Yes, indeed. So if you do not want to be spoiled, you may want to catch up to episode 8 of season 3, then come back and be a part of all the fun. Yes. All right, so I think you've been given enough time to click off if you do not want to be here. And for everybody else who does want to be here, let's do it. So before we get started, and no, I don't have any advertisements for you. We've already got that out the way. I just want to say Happy Veterans Day. The making of this broadcast is November 11. Happy Veterans Day. I enjoyed my free vets meal. If you are a veteran, did you get a meal? Did you enjoy it? Did you decide to skip on all that? I once went to Golden Corral for Veterans Day when I was in the service, and it was crowded. It was every branch in the U.S., all 3 components. That's active duty, National Guard, Reserve. Then you had every branch in there, and it was packed. And I had to sit with other people who were vets. It was rowdy. Never going back to Golden Corral again as far as that. Today I went to, I went to Applebee's, and then I also went to Denny's for breakfast. So Denny's was my breakfast, Applebee's was my lunch. Loaded up on calories, loaded up on carbs. Probably gonna skip dinner because I'm full and I'm in this thing, and yeah, ready to get this party started. So if you are a veteran, did you celebrate the day? If you're not a veteran, did you tell a veteran Happy Veterans Day? If you didn't do either of the two, it's all good. It's all good. But Happy Veterans Day to the veterans that are out there. Salute to you. Salute. Yeah, salute. So with today being November 11, it is 11/11, which is duality. And in that duality, I want to show you something. Here's what I want to show you before we get started. That in this episode, it was definitely crossing thresholds, not just for Julie when Ethan mentioned to Julie about crossing a threshold, it was also crossing thresholds for other characters. We'll get into that when I go through the review of season 3, episode 8. But this is basically the point of no return. This is the point of no return. And what's crazy is that it gave us answers. Spoiler alert, again, it gave us answers as to who threw the rope down the Boyd, but it also gave us more questions. And with it giving more questions, I want to kind of address one thing. So in addressing one more thing, let me see what the channel members are saying. Etsy says, hello, Frumily. Yes. Owen Supreme says, here we go. Yes, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Doing this. So the question I want to present to you, or really just the idea before we're getting knee deep into this breakdown, is how many people, now I know you can't post them here, you've tried, you failed, but how many of you have seen spoilers for episode 8, episode 9, episode 10? How many of you have seen the spoilers? Now, you know what? Let's do a poll. Instead of me asking and you can't answer because it's on members only mode, let me just do a poll. Let me do a poll. Poll is going to say, have you seen the spoilers? And do you believe them? Now, I'm not asking you to post spoilers. I'm just asking, have you seen the spoilers and do you believe them? So currently we have 20 people watching, 7 likes. Okay, it's one of those things where a lot of people don't want to like until the chat gets opened up to subscribers and then everybody else. It's okay. If you're holding on to your like because you're waiting for that moment, it's cool. I think you should give it to me early, but if it's cool if you choose not to, it's all good. It is all good. I know, right? So while waiting to see how everyone responds to this poll, if everyone responds to this poll, and again, repeating what the question is, have you seen the spoilers? And that's for episode 8, before 8 aired, 9 and 10. And do you believe them? And so while you're answering that and you're working on that, currently we have 8 votes as of right now out of 22 people. The reason why I asked this question is because of this. Some of you who believe the spoilers, you believe it because you read it, other people have read it, they've repeated it, they believe it, you believe it, and it's been mentioned and seen so many times that even though there is no actual proof that the spoilers are going to be true, you believe the spoilers. Now, you might say, well, there's pictures attached to it and videos, and people have given compelling arguments that when I've seen episodes in the past, that stuff came true, and that might be valid. That might be a valid reason to believe the spoilers. So I'm going to say this much. And it's just my opinion, I've gone over the promotion screenshots for previous episodes. I've gone through trailers, and when we watch the actual episode, a lot of the stuff that's in the promotion pictures or promotional material and trailers is not even in the episode.
That was sus.
So you may get a couple of plot points that are true, but the stuff that's given to us is later validated to not be true. And a couple of spoilers, as far as plot points, might not be true, or they might be half-truths, lies, and misleading information. So I said I was going to talk about Julie. Let's go back to the thumbnail while I go through with this, we'll just say, introduction. So lies, half-truths, and misleading information is what we've been given so far. We know that Victor is an unreliable narrator. He tells us one thing, then later on it comes out to be something different. Even Christopher, when talking to the boy in white, according to what Victor said, Christopher told the boy in white that you are a liar. Everything lies here. Everything lies here, including Victor misremembering. Now, you might say, well, Victor, he's autistic. He has trauma. That's why he misremembers. But lies, half-truths, and misleading information could be seen as not completely truthful. And the reason why that's important is because, and let me make this smaller so you can see that. The reason why that's important is because it's very difficult to come to a conclusion or even start to theorize or have the right answer if you're given lies, half-truths, and misleading information. And by misleading, it's a little bit of truth, but not necessarily the whole truth. And that's what we're dealing with episode 8. Things that we were shown and told have basically let it be known that we're dealing with lies, half-truths, and misleading information, even from the boy in white. I'm also going to play the episode 9 trailer where the boy in white has a different voice. He sounds more older. And like Sarah was saying, the boy in white is not even a boy. So circling back to the idea of spoilers, let's just say that some of the spoilers are true, some are not. A lot of people have been posting them on other channels, repeating them to the point where everybody believes it. Kind of like mass hysteria. And the reason why I mentioned mass hysteria is because it's no different than the Popeyes chicken sandwich. Remember that? Yeah. So with the Popeyes chicken sandwich, people were going into Popeyes fighting over Popeyes chicken. Well, guess what? Popeyes is still selling the chicken sandwich. People ain't fighting over it. It's because a lot of people were spreading mass hysteria, getting emotional, and they started to believe the lies that the chicken sandwich was worth getting, that the chicken sandwich was running out, that people were fighting all over the place. And that was lies, half-truths, and misleading information. Now, people were fighting, but all in all, the Popeyes chicken sandwich wasn't really something worth fighting over because the regular chicken is good. What it was mass hysteria. And that mass hysteria is no different than people posting the spoilers and believing the spoilers. Why do I say that? Because with the spoilers, it's no different than, we'll just say, It, or the man in yellow, or the serpent in the Bible as far as in the Garden of Eden, Beelzebub, the Lord of Lies. It's no different from what he told Eve to make her eat from the apple. And it's no different from what I believe the entity told the townspeople to convince them to kidnap pregnant women, take them down to the cellar, put them into a room, have them give birth, raise those babies in darkness of the cave in captivity, surrounded by things normally associated in a house, to where they turn the age 7, and 7 children at the age of 7 became unalived in a ritual for the townspeople to get things they were promised. But obviously those promises, in my opinion, were lies, half-truths, and misleading information, because you're given, let's just say, immortality, wealth. Your town is not going to change because your town is not changing because it's in a dome or in a trap, Fromville, and you are immortal, but you're a creature. And now you're a creature of habit. You were in the caves raising these children who were trafficked so that no one would find the children. And you could continue to raise them to the point that they were at the perfect age to slaughter. You fulfilled the ritual, and the ritual wasn't what you thought it was. And I'm going to explain. And I'm going to explain how I came to all of that. Okay, when I'm done with this opening and we go through the episode, then I go through an analysis of the key scenes. But this whole thing is about people being told something, like when the serpent went into the Garden of Eden and told Eve, if you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you will be like God, which was true because Eve and Adam were adults, but they were born with the mind of a child. And because God did not give them rules or laws or educate them when God commanded them to eat from every tree except for the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they didn't fully comprehend exactly why not to eat, the point of eating, what is knowledge as far as good and evil knowledge, period. And that's what made them easy to manipulate. Because when you are told something, like what the serpent did to Eve, and you're told it over and over and over again, then you repeat it to someone else, and you all keep repeating it to each other, you will be talking about it so long that you forget it's even a lie, which is a Game of Thrones reference. Now, I know you all are like, he's rambling. He's been rambling for 17 minutes. Sorry about that. It's going to be a long one, y'all. It's going to be a long one. And so that's what made the townspeople in the town in the 1930s that were going through the Great Depression. They were a mining town, which the mine was disabled or deactivated and then turned and just left it as a cave. That's how a mining town in 1930s could go from thriving to declining. People are struggling, and then a stranger comes into town making promises and can convince them to kidnap pregnant women, have them give birth, have the children raised in darkness to be slaughtered at a certain age for a ritual for them to receive the benefits they were promised, but it turns out that they were lies, half-truths, misleading information. All right, without further ado, because it's going to be, again, it's going to be a long one. It's going to be real preachy with this. I'm going to go through the episode and break down what I'm talking about. But the same way people are believing the spoilers wholeheartedly and coming up with theories based off of spoilers is no different than someone coming into town showing them miracles and signs of miracles, and then telling them you can have XYZ if you do something for me or something in general, and people just do it and they kind of create a cult. Because when you think about it, it's no different than someone walking on water, turning water into wine. This could all be science we just don't understand. Some people will say it's magic. Whatever you say it is, some people are claiming they witnessed it, and then they tell other people that they witnessed it, and the story goes on and on and on, and then people who didn't even witness it, now they believe it, which is equivalent to people believing spoilers, equivalent to people in the town believing the lies of the stranger, who I think is the man in yellow, and how people can become susceptible to lies, half-truths, and misleading information, and then even misremembering stuff like Victor. Because also the type of mind that's easily susceptible to being manipulated more than likely has mental health issues, which almost every character in Fromville has as far as mental health issues. Those mental health issues are what makes it to where Elgen will follow the lead of Polaroid pictures and do things harmful to Fatima to help people go home. Same thing with Sarah. Sarah had mental health issues because of the abusive relationship that she was in, that Nathan had rescued her from. That's why Sarah's susceptible to, we'll just say, suggestion. Same thing with Tabitha. Tabitha has mental health issues from being in a bad marriage, and her child, Thomas, rolling off a table, passing away. Same thing with Jim. Jade has mental health issues from years of drinking and him being inadequate. He has mommy issues. Victor has mental health issues. I mean, the guy grew up in Fromville alone, surrounded by creatures and supernatural stuff. And I mean, what I mean by supernatural stuff, look at this right here. This is a new thing from the opening. What is that? What are those? What are those? I mean, what is that? What is that? What is that? Can you imagine seeing stuff like that and you're supposed to be normal? No, you're not going to be normal. Victor was not socialized properly. In addition to that, he's autistic, in my opinion. He has signs of autism plus mental health issues. We've seen it in the episode where he was doing self-inflicted harm to get him to remember. That's, of course, mental health issues. Fatima's got mental health issues. I mean, name someone in the show who does not have mental health issues at this point, including Donna. Kenny's got to have it. Both his mom and dad were unalived by creatures, and he's having to walk around with one person who caused his dad to pass away, and he's seeing every night creatures that caused his mom to pass away. Not to mention that the guy who he got into it with claimed that he watched her become deleted at the hands of the creatures. He really doesn't know, in my opinion, if Boyd is telling the truth or not. But Kenny is acting like everything is okay. He's keeping it together on the outside, but on the inside, he's probably falling apart. And the one guy who we thought had things held together, he went through the faraway tree and he ended up in the wall. Ended up in the wall. And no, not the wall in the Game of Thrones in the north. Okay, we're talking about the wall in the pool. He became wall food for the pool. You can't even swim in the wall now. I mean, you can't even swim in the pool now without seeing Dale's face if those rocks move out the way and they fill the pool up with water. So you got that going on. And let's see, who else? Who else has mental health issues? Julie's got them. Randall's got them. Marielle's got them. They had cicadas in them, and they still have cicadas in them. I mean, Randall's still being tormented by it. Christy, she's got issues. Everybody has mental health issues. And I think that, in my opinion, the mental health issues is what prevents them from using their gifts properly. However, we see someone who was able to somewhat tap into her gifts. And we finally got, y'all, time travel. But the time travel came with a caveat. Even though Julie walked into the ruins and had an outer body of experience, I think she had astral projection. And when your energy leaves your body, if you're not trained, in my opinion, okay, if you're not trained properly, the body you leave behind, unless you're asleep, will go into seizures, from what I've been told. So Julie had an outer body of experience. She went to a higher plane of existence, a higher dimension, into the lair of the music box monster. She went in there. She went to the past, or she went backwards in time, rather. I'm going to explain why she actually went to the past. I'm all over the place. I'm supposed to be doing this towards the end of the breakdown. I'm doing it now. Then we'll do the breakdown, I promise. But Julie, she actually went to the past. It's impossible to go to the past. But Julie did it because she physically did not go back in time. Her energy did, which, based off the show, she was able to go to the actual past and affect it. And the reason why we know that is because she affected season 2, episode 1, for not only Boyd throwing the rope down the mine shaft, but also affected Tabitha and Victor. So when we watched it from start to finish and got to season 2, episode 1, we were not able to hear Julie's voice because even us as characters in Fromville, even though we're viewers, we are also characters. We were not able to perceive her because we were not enlightened like Julie is enlightened right now, which is why when we were following Boyd and following Tabitha and Victor, we could not hear Julie, but now we can hear Julie, okay? It sounds crazy, but the way that this show has been putting things together and showing us stuff, we are somewhat not just a passive viewer, but we are a part of the town like everyone else, which is why when the episode starts, it starts with Boyd and Fatima basically on the run going to this outhouse. It didn't start with right after Tilly was unalived. It starts with Fatima's on the run, has bags packed, she's running with Boyd. So obviously things have taken place off screen, meaning that when we're not tuned in watching the episode, the characters are still doing stuff. So we see that Julie calling out to Tabitha and Victor is in Tabitha was not able to hear her daughter because Tabitha was not in tuned back then to be able to hear her daughter, but sensed something. And that's why when Tabitha said, Victor, which way we go? Tabitha was like, okay, Victor, come on, let's go this way. And if you rewatch season 2, episode 1, it's the way that Julie was coming from the music box monster's lair before she went further into the actual past and was outside of the entryway where got a brain fart, y'all. Where she was outside of the ritual with the ghoulish children and they're doing on Kui and Kui. And if I remember, I'm going to show you all of the ghoulish children, what they're wearing are christening outfits. So like adults get baptized, children get christened. Most of the time when we see a christening outfit, it's with a baby. Because most of the time babies will be christened, which is like baptism for children, because the parents want the child to be baptized, which is a christening. Or an adult will be baptized, which is a baptism, and they wear a certain garment. All the children are wearing baptism, or no, they're wearing christening outfits, which would have been in use in the 1930s, which is why I mentioned the Great Depression, just because the creatures are archetypes of mid-century America, which is 1930s, around the Great Depression, and the children are in that same garment of christening. So these children, when they were human trafficked, they were given this christening outfit to wear all the time while they were confined in the cave, basically being raised in the cave around different things to stimulate them, to prepare them to be unalived during a ritual. All right, so there's a lot to unpack. I know, and I'm still on the intro. So my poll is saying that out of 21 votes, 44 people watching. You know what? Y'all could at least vote more than this, but it's all good. It's all good. So have you seen the spoilers and do you believe them? 52% say yes, they believe them. They've seen them and they believe them. That's what I'm saying. Like the townspeople, when they were promised by the entity from the snake and the Garden of Eden, from Beelzebub, the Lord of Lies, the boy in white, when they were promised stuff as far as the townspeople, the way that they believe it, because they were told it over and over and over again, and this entity may have done miracles for them to cement what he was saying. That's how easy that people can be, we'll just say, influenced. Because again, how do we know the spoilers are even true? We don't know till we see the episode. But people already believe it. At least 52% already believe it. And they haven't seen the actual episodes to, we'll just say, verify if they're even true. So for me, if I hear a spoiler, I'm going to be like, I'm going to hold out till I see the actual episode or movie. Then I know the spoilers were true. People have not seen episode 9 and 10, and they already are believing that the spoilers are true. Wow. And I'm not knocking anybody. It's just that that's how easy people can be influenced when it comes to information, especially if you sprinkle in a little bit of truth. It's easy to influence, and that's how you get people to be a part of cults. That's how you get people to join gangs. That's even how you get people to believe that they should stay in a bad marriage, even though it is physically, mentally, and emotionally draining them. I'm looking at you, Tabitha. Looking at you.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Tabitha. It's all good, though. It's all good. All I know. I know. That's not what we want to hear, but that's what we're going to hear because it is what it is. All right. So Etsy says, I haven't seen any for episode 9 and 10. Okay. Neither have I. And it's all good. It's all good. So that is how we got here. And when I present the rest of this analysis, when I get to the point of the townspeople, you'll understand where I'm coming from, especially when I incorporate things like how easy it was for Eve to eat the apple and tell Adam about the apple, and he believed her over God, because when you hear something and you kind of hear evidence, or at least you see things that make it to where what you're believing is believable, people will kind of believe it wholeheartedly. And next thing you know, Adam's eating the apple from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And I believe that the trees that we're seeing in the opening now I know Victor, who is unreliable, said that the trees came from the root. Well, Victor said that the children put their hope into the roots of the tree that they were seeing. It formed the shapes. And then Sarah chimed in and said, oh, they became the faraway tree. Okay. That's the leap of logic that we took with how the faraway trees were created. Maybe. But hope is a dangerous tool. And you all are not going to like for me to say this, but hope can make someone continue to go on and even pour their hope into a church through donations, hoping that their life and their experience in life and their family and friends will be changed by a savior coming to save them. Nothing wrong with believing that. But the hope of a savior coming to save you, named Jesus, has a lot of people believing that if I continue to pray and live right and donate to this church, donate to my pastor, that I will receive good fortune. And again, I'm not knocking any religion or belief system. It's just using it as an example of how hope can feed the church like that. Hope can also feed Fromville. Because if you're hoping that you'll leave one day, but you're satisfied with making things the best you can right now, that hope will continue to have you going forward, despite seeing creatures unaliving people near you, despite the fact you can't walk outside at night, despite the fact that you got kimono woman popping up in your face. The hope that tomorrow we will be going home, like Jade keeps saying. And I understand where Jim is coming from by saying that Jade is feeling Tabitha with things in her head. He's got to take a step back. And I'm glad that Henry stepped forward and told him, hey, I used to be like you 40 years ago. I wish I would have taken a chill pill. You need to shut up and just listen.
But that's okay.
Right. But hope can be a dangerous thing, because if you're hoping you'll go home one day, then you'll do things such as becoming comfortable and accepting the situation of Fromville. You'll be comfortable and okay with doing that. But what happens when they, instead of hoping and just wishing, what happens when they actually start to execute stuff? Here comes the weather change. Here comes people going through faraway trees, getting smashed into walls. Here comes houses collapsing on top of them. Because there's a difference between hoping and just sitting around and wishing and believing things will change than actually trying to do things on your own. Then they get punished. Which is why, in my opinion, that's why the boy in white, according to Victor, and Victor's not a reliable narrator, Victor was telling us, or showing us rather, that even Christopher, when told by the boy in white, and we're realizing that, guess what, Buttercup? Christopher was a selected chosen one. Ain't that crazy, y'all? So we were thinking this whole time it was Miranda, and I think my theory on Miranda still holds true. But we were told or believed this whole time that Miranda was the chosen one. But guess what? It was Christopher who was the chosen one, who was told to go through the tree and save the children. Christopher said, I ain't going through no tree. No way, not gonna happen. Well, guess what? Victor told Miranda about the tree, the bottle tree, and Miranda went through it.
Oh my God!
And here's what I think happened, okay? So, I know I said previously that Miranda had a vision of Fromville, saw Tabitha go up the lighthouse steps. She saw that Tabitha didn't do it when Miranda made it there, and Miranda did it. That's the problem with not being given all the information or a lot of information. You can only make your theory based off what you're given. And so now we know that Christopher was the chosen one. Christopher didn't want to do it. Miranda did it. I still think that Miranda did have visions of Fromville, but now we know that the reason why she went into the bottled faraway tree is because Christopher said he wasn't going to do it. And you know what? Maybe that was a good reason. So why I'm glad that even though this kind of debunks what I was saying in a previous video, the reason why I'm glad we're giving this information is because guess what? This, in my opinion, lets us know how the massacre happened. And just walk with me for a second, even though you're probably sitting watching me on your phone or on your tablet or whatever. So Etsy says, Henry said Miranda told him she was a chosen one, all lies. Exactly. And that was right. So Miranda said that she's a chosen one, and this was before she left to Fromville. So that's why I say that my theory wasn't debunked. It's just that Victor is an unreliable narrator, and guess what he's doing, y'all, boys and girls? Victor's telling lies, half-truths, and misleading information. and so is Henry. Henry may be misremembering. Victor may be misremembering. Everybody may be misremembering. And that's why I brought up in the very beginning about you can't believe the spoilers, because what if that information is not true? Now you're making information or creating theories and believing stuff, and you're falling into the trap of whatever this is. You're falling into that trap.
No.
I know. You're falling into that trap of whatever that is. I guess that's the serpent, the guard of evil. Maybe it's the man in yellow. Maybe it's the boy in white. I think the man in yellow and boy in white are the same. And the kimono woman is the same. Like they're all liars, like Christopher was saying. So here's what I believe. I think that Christopher was like, nah, he ain't gonna do it. He ain't going through no faraway tree, too risky. You're a liar. Meaning that boy in white has already been caught up in lies previously. The boy in white, you're a liar. Everything here lies, like Christopher said. Well, he said everything lies here. Christopher didn't want to do it, but Miranda being told, here we go again, Miranda being told, being told lies, half-truths, and misleading information, Victor probably left out that Christopher was saying, "You're a liar, boy in white. Everything lies here." Miranda may have told other people, or maybe they overheard that Victor was telling Miranda about the bottle tree and to go through it. Miranda went through, everyone else went through, and I think that when all the townspeople went through, maybe before Miranda, maybe they beat her to it, and Christopher was trying to stop people from going into the tree. So Miranda was telling Victor and Eloise, go somewhere, no, hide here, don't let Christopher find you or know where you're at. While everybody was going through the faraway tree, before Miranda, they all fell from the sky into the town, y'all.
Oh my God.
And that's why they're all scattered around town like that. Not because the creatures caught them slipping, well, they kind of did, or not because anyone poisoned them like I thought in the past, but everyone's going through the bottle tree like Dale, and they're falling in the town. And the creatures came up and just did their thing. They just, I don't know what the creatures do, to be honest with you. I haven't seen the creatures really just go to town on anybody, maybe because MGM is not giving a lot of money for special effects. Who knows? Yeah, give them more of a budget so we can see the actual unaliving on the screen. I digress. So I'm thinking that people went through the bottle tree before Miranda, trying to go there before Christopher stops them. They all fell from the sky, like how we saw Victor when he demonstrated the faraway tree to Ethan, how he put the rock in, he put the smiley face on the rock, put the rock in the bottle tree or the faraway tree. The rock fell from the sky. I think Victor knew that was going to happen, or that's a possibility that it was going to happen, because it happened to people in the town. So when people in the town started falling from the sky, here come the creatures, seeing people on the ground, not able to move, and the creatures just have fun like they normally do. And then I believe that when Miranda went through, based off what we've been told so far, Miranda may have went through the bottle tree and also fell from the sky. And that's when the next morning, Victor found the carnage of the massacre in town, courtesy of the faraway tree, courtesy of the creatures, and maybe even found Miranda as well. So it's reasonable to believe that Eloise may have suffered the same fate, because when Victor came from outside of the cellar in the morning, the boy in white was there looking at the carnage. He looked at Victor with a soldier stance, looking angry. And then the boy in white went on the merry-go-round, told Victor to come here. And it's a good thing that Victor didn't go to the boy in white, because the boy in white may have did something bad to him. So Victor being alone in Fromville, even though he said that the boy in white was like his friend for all those years, that might have been a good thing that Victor avoided the merry-go-round.
Unfrickin' believable.
But again, this is the information that we've been given up to episode 8 of season 3. Because again, Victor is an unreliable narrator. It's not really his fault, we're believing, but because he, in my opinion, is autistic, or he's on the spectrum at least, and no disrespect to anyone who is on the spectrum or has a family member on the spectrum, but because he's on the spectrum, as far as my opinion, and he's dealing with trauma, which is understandable, him misremembering can come across as lies, half-truths, and misleading information. But based off what we have in the show so far, it makes sense as to how the massacre happened and why people were all around in a controlled, or we'll just say centralized location in town, unalived, with no survivors, and why Miranda and maybe even Eloise didn't survive. So crossing the thresholds of the series up to this point, we're at a point of no return where a lot of theories were debunked. Okay, it is what it is. So a lot of theories were debunked. A couple of mine are still standing. A couple of mine have kind of, eh, eh, eh. Happy Veterans Day. Yeah, so that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. Is we have passed the threshold, just like Boyd passed the threshold, Julie passed the threshold, and I think one more person passed the threshold. Let me get that, and then we're gonna go through with the breakdown. Let's see who else passed it. I think 3 people passed the threshold. Yeah, so Victor, he also passed the threshold because he was able to remember something, even if it is lies, half-truths, misleading information. I mean, Victor had us thinking that Jasper, a dummy, had talked to him. Like, what's up with that, man? I believe that Jasper was going to talk. And so it's a plot hole when you think about it, because Jade did experience Jasper appearing to him when the symbol materialized and yelled at him. So if it really was the boy in white who was Jasper and not Jasper talking to Christopher, it is not a leap of logic or a stretch or even a yoga stretch to believe that Jasper yelling at Victor was the boy in white. And the images that Jade saw of Christopher could also be the boy in white. Because remember, Victor was saying that Christopher was his friend and that Jasper was going to tell him secrets. He had no problem getting Jasper, but at first he was afraid of Jasper in the cave when he and Tabitha were navigating the cave. Victor had a whole breakdown. And I believe that Julie going into the cave after she left the lair of the music box monster, her saying, "Mom, mom, mom," is what prompted Tabitha to go in that direction. I think Tabitha may have wrote it off as in woman's intuition, but it was Julie. So Julie affected the past. And it's because she didn't physically go back in time. She astro projected, and her energy went back to the actual past. And that's the reason why we saw both of those scenes with Tabitha and Victor, and with Boyd getting the rope in one episode. So guess what? Other stuff that we've seen throughout the series that we've just written off as no big deal or we don't understand may have also been Julie. So here's one thing I have for you. Guess what? It may have been Julie that was causing the lights to flicker in the Matthews home. It also may have been Julie to do a whole host of other things. I'm going to have to go back through the entire series and look for strange occurrences that could have really been Julie. Because people were saying that on the TV in Colony House, they were seeing Jasper. Well, guess what? Jasper is just a dummy based off of episode 8. So that means in the TV, it could have been the boy in white. We see that. And I have a video I'm going to play where Fatima had a talisman on the door and the kimono lady was able to come in there. But guess what? I believe the kimono, let me do it right now. I keep saying I'm going to do a review of the episode, and then I get sidetracked with just rambling. Thank you all for listening to my ramble. All 42 of you, 23 likes. Guess you all don't like the ramble, but you're still here. You're still sticking around, and I appreciate that. Guess what? Guess who's the best You the best. Okay. All right. Let me stop being corny. So let me show you all this. I was going to wait and show you this, but you know what? Let's just go through it now. I mean, hopefully you've seen the episode. Hopefully you've seen the episode to where me being random with all this is not going to be like, I wanted you to do a breakdown, blah, blah, blah. We'll still do a breakdown and blah, blah, blah. But I just want to show you something, because the kimono lady has been spying on other people as well. It's just that people have not been able to see her. And I think it was Elgen was just the first person to see her. All right, so here we go. And you know what? We're going to also go through the opening. People have been telling me, hey, Spade, check out the opening. It's different now. I have heard you and I see the differences. We're going to go through those. Then we're going to go through the analysis section, which is supposed to be after this, or after the episode review. So it is what it is. You know what? Okay, where are we at with the poll? Have you seen spoilers and do you believe them? So out of 46 people, 36 people voted, and 64% say no. They do not believe them. So I think earlier I was talking as if the no was if you believe them. My bad, y'all. My bad. I know you can't comment right now because members are first class. If you want to comment, be a member. Okay. Shameless plug over with. So correcting myself, have you seen the spoilers and do you believe them? 64% say no, whereas 36% say yes, they do believe them. Let's end the poll. So 36% of you all are drinking the Kool-Aid, and you're deciding that, you know what, you're drinking the Kool-Aid, I'm with it.
You suck.
And that was directed at me, of course, because I shouldn't be joking around about people drinking the Kool-Aid and having a bad day. But it is what it is, okay? So, yeah. So, okay, let's just go through the analysis portion, and then I'll do a breakdown of the episode right after it. Maybe. All right, this is the opening right here. This is the opening. So notice that we're in the first part of the opening, we're seeing branches. Branches kind of connect different things. To me, branches are associated with just connecting different things together, like branch timelines. This is kind of like we'll just say a foreshadow to when Jade had all the strings together, and I've kind of mentioned time travel and the different timelines. However, true time travel is like an ocean with everything being causality, which is cause and effect, but branches are a good, we'll just say 2024 interpretation of how time is when everything is linear to you. Talking about the branches in the timeline. All right, so we see, and now we see another tree, but this tree is different than a lot of other trees we've seen. It's thicker. It looks like it's easier to climb. And I think that, in my opinion, this is a illustration, and it's a stretch, a yoga stretch, if you will. Okay, it's a yoga stretch. But I believe that this tree, which is a forbidden tree, is an illustration of the tree of life. Because if you're promising somebody something, most people are going to want money. They're going to want fortune. Pretty much on everybody's wish list, as far as wishing, is going to be immortality. I want to live forever. I don't care if I'm poor. I don't care about this or that. If I have the time, I can do whatever I want to in life, and any regret that I've had, or any misstep that I've had, I can fix it if I can live forever. And so this, to me, is somewhat of a symbolization of the tree of life, because when it comes to biblical context, being able to live forever is done so by eating from the tree of life, which is in the Garden of Eden. Because remember, in the Bible, in Genesis, after Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and it's kind of messed up because God didn't want to educate them. So when he gave them rules, these were like children in adult bodies. So how can they understand the rules like that when you're just barking commands at them, but they don't have the ability to learn? So when Adam and Eve gained the ability to learn so that they understand that if you break a rule, it is a bad thing, they had to eat from the tree to understand that breaking a rule is a bad thing. I digress. So they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. God kicked them out. Well, he punished them. Okay, he punished them, even though they're babies in adults' bodies. He punished them by kicking them out of Eden. And then he broke the fourth wall and spoke to us as a reader and said, let us, I'm paraphrasing, let us not have them eat from the tree of life, because then they will be like us. Well, he's not talking to the serpent. He's not talking to angels. He's talking to us, the readers, because while you are flesh and you are an energy being, because you have the ability to have the knowledge of good and evil, you are just like God, like the serpent was saying. However, you can live forever through people talking about you after you're gone. And here's my point. And you might say, well, to me, immortality is this or that. This is all interpretation. George Washington is immortal because we keep talking about George Washington. Same thing with Abraham Lincoln. Same thing with Benjamin Franklin. Same thing with Queen Elizabeth. All these people, Michael Jackson, all these people are immortal because we're remembering them and keep talking about them. Immortality is kind of subjective in a way, because some people say immortality is just you living forever, like a textbook definition. But if you forever remember someone in kind of like to people who are living by talking about them, their memory inside of you somewhat has them alive symbolically. So Adam and Eve were not allowed to eat from the tree of life, because if they ate from the tree of life, they would live forever. And like God said, the character God in the Bible, if they ate from the tree of life, they would be like us. Look it up. If y'all want me to post that scripture or show it on screen, I can do that. Or you can look it up on your own. You are smart. Google's your friends. Let's move on. All right. So here's another depiction. I believe Ellis painted this. I could be wrong. Maybe it was Ellis. Not really sure. But from the way this looks, this is like a depiction of Adam and Eve. Now, if you go back a couple of frames, you see that this is representation of something that is sinister. We see the blood dripping from the hands, the blood in the place of fingernails, like this is a creature. But what if the creatures that come at night for the townspeople, what if those creatures came from a master creature? You know, just like in different depictions that we see and fantasy genre dealing with vampires. You got the king vampire, usually called Dracula, where Dracula makes other vampires. And in theory, if you defeat Dracula or the king vampire, the other vampires will revert back to being human. Sometimes they don't. But this, to me, is somewhat of a symbolism of Adam and Eve, with this evil hand being like the king creature, or maybe even the serpent that caused well, not really caused, but influenced Eve and then Adam indirectly to commit what's called the original sin. Just like with the townspeople in Fromville who committed original sin of kidnapping pregnant women, taking their children, raising them till age 7, unless they were already 7, having the children put on christening outfits, doing a ritual so the townspeople could have immortality, so their town would prosper and not go through decline. That was like their original sin, and they were promised things, but it was with a twist, which goes into, like I've been saying, the lies, half-truths, and misleading information. And again, this is going to be a very long video, very long stream. If you're like, get to it already. This is a deep dive. It's an analysis. We're going to be here for a hot little minute. 59 people watching, only 32 likes. I know a lot of you all are holding out till I open up the chat. Maybe a while. All right. Hopefully you're having fun. Hopefully you're having fun. All right. And just this idea of Adam and Eve, of course, Elgen and Fatima are not Adam and Eve, but in a way, this is a representation or a foreshadowing that Fatima is going to be somewhat of an Eve. Now, spoiler alert, I'm going to mention this later on, but I think that the reason that Fatima was barren, meaning she couldn't have children, as far as from, now you all might tell me, no, this is not a factual thing anywhere else, but I believe that Fatima, who was barren, who was medically unable to have children, I think that she got pregnant with this supernatural force or entity because there's two types of, okay, women are the only ones who can give birth. If you are a part of the alphabet community and you don't want to hear that and you mad at me, I sorry, okay? I sorry, it is what it is.
Yikes. Yikes.
So women are the only ones who can make babies. It is what it is, okay? And if God does exist, God would have to be a woman because man cannot make a human. I digress. I know you all not going to like that. I'm sorry. But you know what? Thank you for those who are channel members after this stream. And thank you for those who are subscribed, that you stay subscribing because you really help me out.
You're also keeping the lights on around me. What is up?
Yeah, so thank you for those who stick around after I get all blasphemous. But I believe that Fatima being barren, where she medically cannot have children, is that she and other women who are barren cannot medically have human children, but they can have supernatural children. So it's almost like a as above, so below, which is why I had here with Julie and her hero's journey. That's why I have the 11/11 here, because 11/11, which is today, November 11th. If you're watching on the replay, I'm sorry you missed it, November 11th. As far as the stream, 11/11 represents duality, as above, so below. As it is in heaven, it's also in hell. And there's even a hell in heaven if you believe in the concept of seven heavens, which anyway, if you believe, so basically as above, so below. Also goes into that movie by Jordan Peele. Name of the movie was Us, which is US, where they had people topside, tethered or connected to people bottom side. They were connected or tethered together. And so with the as above, so below, there's women who can have human children and women who can have supernatural children, but they're not one and the same. So I believe that Fatima is special because she can bring in supernatural children. So in my opinion, someone like her would be the opposite of someone like the Virgin Mary, who could give birth to Christ or a human, because Jesus had brothers and sisters. someone like Fatima, who is barren by our standards, could give birth to the Antichrist. Yikes. And that's the reason why she was chosen. Out of everybody in town, everyone in town may be able to give birth to regular children. Whereas Fatima, who could not give birth to regular children or humans, she's special because her being barren is barren to where she can't have human children, but she can, in my opinion, and of course this is a stretch, it's a yoga stretch, that she can give birth to supernatural children, which is why Elgen kidnapped her and forced her to go into that room at the end of the episode. And like Elgen said, you are pregnant, but the baby is not yours. The baby is not yours. So it's kind of a blessing, but not a blessing, because what's in Fatima's stomach might be the Antichrist. Now, you might say, well, no, the spoilers say this, the spoilers say that. But how do we know that that entity, whether it's the man in yellow, the boy in white, something in the future, past, whatever, how do we know that's not the Antichrist? Or that that is a path the Antichrist could be taking? All right, so we're gonna soldier on from that. So I kind of skipped over that because I didn't hit pause fast enough. But don't worry, we got it here on a thumbnail. We got it here on a thumbnail, and this is our first time seeing this beautiful thing right here. Okay, here you go. Here you go, handsome.
That was sus.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. All right. No Diddy. So whatever this is new for the opening. We don't know what this is or who drew it. We just know that it exists. And this is kind of the same, we'll just say, illustration, how there's a drawing of Boyd at the bottom of the mine shaft where he has the black on the outside, which the black represent the mine shaft. But I think that this black represents dark energy, and this may be the actual, we'll just say, image or imagery of the man in yellow, because you can kind of see eyes right there, and there's kind of a hint of yellow somewhat. You all might say, no, to me that's green, but I mean, green is a combination of blue and yellow. To me, it looks yellow. This looks tan, which is a part of being yellow. This looks tan, which is a part of being yellow. It's a different version of yellow, even though tan and yellow are two different colors. But I believe that this possibly could be, it also could be one of the crows. This looks kind of like it could be an eye. I know you are going to beat me up in the comment section. No, it don't look like this. Like, I don't know. I don't know what this is. You all tell me in the comment section what you think it is, especially those who are members or people watching on the replay. What do y'all think that is? I mean, to me, this looks, I don't know, it looks diabolical, but whatever it is, we kind of see it in the next scene where, going back to this, it kind of looks like whatever these things are, how they're kind of like flying, if you will, flying and going into the chimney house to go into the home. This looks kind of like a claw. Not really sure. So I think this is how you unalive the creatures without worms. Setting them on fire. We've seen them get shot. Maybe Donna or someone else mentioned in a previous part of the series, they tried setting them on fire, nothing happened. But this image is here for a reason. If you kind of look, it's kind of a squint and you'll miss it, or blink and you miss it. This looks like a newspaper that is drawn on, and I can't really make out any dates on here. Maybe you all can make out dates, but this newspaper is different than how other things have been drawn on, in that most of the time when you have Victor or Eloise drawing on something, they're drawing on like drawing paper or etch paper. This is to me, this is the first time I've seen a drawing on a newspaper, which I think this could be Victor, because Victor probably would draw on anything. But what if it's not Victor and this is another child? Like this is a child that was one of the ghoulish children wearing the christening outfit before being sacrificed. What if that's what they were drawing as well? It may come out that the ghoulish children are the ones that created the cave painting. I mean, it would make sense. I mean, they're down there seeing stuff, living in the cave, surrounded by things normally associated with a home. And I believe that the townspeople that were in town, when they kidnapped the children, human trafficking, if you will, they took all of their belongings to the cave to make it seem like they deserted the town so nobody would come snooping to stop them in what they were doing. Because, or they needed people to move into the homes, and the best way to convince people to move in is if no one looks like they live there. I don't know. I know I said it was trophies at first. It could be trophies per se, but I believe the townspeople moved or relocated all their stuff to the cave to live down there with the children, to be down there with them for years, to raise them in captivity until the perfect time for them to be sacrificed for their ritual, which would make sense as to why all those things are in the cave. Could also be trophies per se. But I think that's the reason why we have all those things in the cave, and why when the creatures go deeper into the cave and they moved, when Victor and Henry went down there for Jasper, the reason why they moved all their stuff with them, because that's their belongings. I don't know. I mean, you all may have a different take on it. That's what I believe, is that they are still somewhat connected with things that they were connected to when they were human, and they still have those human traits they're trying to stick to, even though they're creatures, while this is also post them being in the cave, raising these children, getting ready for slaughter for their ritual. All right, so going further in, and it's like, what are those? We've been seeing this since day one, and I think this is another illustration of that black thing that we saw, that I'm just like, I don't know what that is. It looked like it was maybe the man in yellow in his true form, who knows? But what I'm thinking this is, if you think about it, this could be, let me go back to it. What I think this is, and this might be a yoga stretch, the people who are the original townspeople, who I think were in a cult, if the children are wearing christening outfits, because the christening outfits are dirty now, whenever the children or the ghoulish children are seen out and about holding hands, if the christening outfits are what they wore, I believe the townspeople who were in a cult, they probably were wearing black robes, which are ceremonial, while they were snatching up children. And this might be a depiction of what maybe one of the ghoulish children drew, or maybe what Victor drew, but it just seems that this is somebody who's hiding. Maybe it's a child. Who knows? But it just seemed like these are kind of like what a ceremonial robe would be for a cult, or Sith, if you will. Keep it, kind of going down the lane of Star Wars. This to me would be like a ceremonial dress. And people in a cult, witches, what have you, when they get ready to do their ceremonial ritual stuff, they will wear things associated with their belief system, because it's just a part of their ritual and a part of their practice. You also see the type of thing when you're dealing with Satanists, Luciferian. Even if you go the other side as far as duality, even when people are doing religious services like Baptist, the preacher has on a robe, people in the choir have on a robe, when people graduate they have on robes. When it comes to society and we're going through a ritual, we pretty much wear a robe or a ceremonial garment that is used to be a part of this ritual that kind of gets you into the mind state that we're doing a ritual, we're doing a ceremony. And so at first I thought this may have been like some type of creatures or what have you, but I think this is just people in ceremonial robes. They're going to get a victim to take down to the cave, to snatch him up. Or it could be them going after the parent. Maybe this is a man. This is somebody's dad. Maybe they're going in, unaliving the dad of the actual child so that it's easier to keep the children away from the outside world while they're raised in the cave by unaliving them. And that may explain why, while the townspeople are creatures, why they habitually every night go into town unaliving people, because they did that while they were human in their ceremony, in their black robes. So you all may disagree. That's what I'm believing so far with what we have as far as season 3, episode 8. All right, so here is, let's just do a little analysis, then I'll do the breakdown a little bit later. I've held you hostage for an hour, 17 minutes. Don't worry, when I'm done with this analysis section right here, this is 7 minutes long. When I'm done with this, I'll open up the chat then. All right. So here we go. So this is Elgen. So Elgen has already, well, he's taking steps to cross his threshold. He's not there yet. Okay, he's not there yet. He goes, this is him. Now, Polaroid told him to get an IV bag. All they have in town is the Y-type tube, which basically means it's designed to put blood into jars, which is why he did what he did in the next scene. So that's it. That's all they have is the Y-type blood set. The kimono woman wanted an IV bag. Guess what? Elgen is improvising. But he's taking baby steps to do this because he hasn't told anyone what he's doing. He's doing everything in secret. And he's going to lie to Fatima later on, which means he's crossed the point of no return. He is officially, and I know I said that he may be the mole, is the mole. We'll just say that he believes in what he's doing, just like Sarah was believing. Because again, what I said in the beginning of the stream, when people are told something, like spoilers, and other people repeat it over and over again, you start to believe it. Just like with, I think it was Lord Baylor, and correct me if I'm wrong with the who actually said it, but someone in the Game of Thrones said that the story of the actual throne made of swords, we tell ourselves the story over and over again until we forget that it's a lie. And so the kimono woman constantly saying to Elgen, I can help you. I can help get you home. Her telling him this over and over again is like programming. Another example of programming where this is successful is where people will listen to music like rap songs, hip hop, and even though they have no headphones on and they're in a store and there's no music playing, they'll be walking around reciting the lyrics as if it's like an incantation, because listening to something and hearing something over and over again has programmed their mind to where they believe what they've been hearing, and now they're rapping certain lyrics out loud, not listening to music, especially nothing being played, and they're just somewhat manipulated by it. And some people are manipulated with the music to the point where it makes them angry, makes them sad, makes them upset, and it amplifies their mood because of the tonality. I digress. So the kimono woman appearing to Elgen, she probably appeared to multiple people or lots of people. Elgen was just the only one receptive to her, and that's why she kept appearing to him until he got used to seeing her. And then she started whispering stuff to him. I can help get you home. She's constantly saying that over and over again, knowing that a lot of people are desperate, going through mental health issues because of mental illness, and being from people who have mental health issues, including Elgin. They're more susceptible to hearing stuff and believing stuff. And now the kimono woman, while she's whispering promises to Elgin, he's convinced that maybe she's right. If you hear something over and over again, you'll start to somewhat believe it, just like the spoilers, okay? So Elgin, he's on a quest. He believes he's on a mission where he has a purpose to help people get home if he does this thing. What's going on? Nikisha says, good evening, everyone. You're mad you're late, but don't worry. We got a long way to go. You're not late. You're not late. And the replay is just as good. So thank you for being a member. Thank you for joining us. Salute, Nikisha, salute, Etsy, salute, Owen, salute, Lisa, salute all members, and also shout out to all of you who are subscribers waiting for the floodgates to open up so you can come in, wreak havoc. All right. So, and I know you all are going to be like, why do you keep turning your camera off? That gives me a chance to blow my nose and do things like that while the sound effects are going on. So don't you all be worried. Anyway. So Elgin believes that he is on a mission. I'm not going to say a holy mission, but he believes he's on a mission. And he believes, based off what the kimono woman has told him, in my opinion, that you have to keep it to yourself because people are going to stop you from doing this out of fear. But once you do this, I can help you and help everyone go home. And just like what did Christopher say? What did Christopher say? Christopher said, wrong thumbnail, right thumbnail. You're a liar, talking to the boy in white. Everything lies here. The kimono woman lies too. Look how she's looking. Look how she's looking. And we're gonna get to why she was looking like that, because she was probably spying on everyone. Just like that, maybe astro projecting. I think even the creatures can do this same thing too, where they're just sitting there staring at people while they're asleep. And then at nighttime, they physically go after them. So during the day, the creatures are able to get past the talisman, in my opinion. And they're just standing there staring at people, watching them, hearing their names, learning their habits. And that's how someone like the creature jock in season 1, episode 1 knew Julie's name, because he was staring at her while she was doing stuff. And that's how he knew her. That's how he knew her name. That's what I believe is going on with the kimono woman. They can astro project and they can physically get around things like the talisman stone, but they can't. No, they can astro project and their energy can get past the talisman stone, but they physically are not there, which is why they need someone like Elgin and Sarah to do the dirty work for them. Well, guess who can also astro project? Yeah, Julie can do it too. And she went to the past. So yeah. Yeah, Julie can astro project too. She can do that. Went to the past, the actual past, affected season 2, episode 1. Yeah. Julie got that thing going on now.
Let's do the damn thing.
Yeah. So team Julie. And what I like about this episode is that Julie was trying to get Randall to be her support, to go attempt to do this with the lair of the music box monster. Randall wasn't going. He wasn't trying to do it. And I think it was kind of cool that Julie was able to get Elgin to do it, because guess what? Guess what? Just like with the theme of duality, when Tabitha and Jim were losing their crap, or S, because Thomas was unalived and fell off the changing table, Julie had to step up and somewhat raise Ethan. Well, guess what? So she was there for Ethan when no one was there, and she became kind of like a pseudo mother. Well, guess what? Now it's duality, because they've switched roles, and now Ethan is there for Julie and was able to help her go through or start the hero's journey. I know I'm going to probably do this again when I get to that part of the video. I'm all over the place. Sorry. All right.
But that's okay.
Sometimes it's a straight line. Sometimes it's an S. All right. So, and this is what I mean as far as being there for Julie, as far as duality. Here are the different stages. This is not an actual hero's journey as far as a story, but this is going to be a hero's journey for the sake of this example. All right. So with this situation with Julie, she went to Ethan. She promised him an adventure. When they made it to the ruins, which of course leads to the lair of the music box monster, Julie sought Ethan's counsel. Then she crouched down to get validation to do this. Ethan responded and said, "This is a threshold," talking about his stories, because Julie asked him about his stories that he believed or believes, and Julie used to ridicule him about the stories, but notice how she used to ridicule him, but now she believes his stories. She believes in him, which is why she's seeking his validation. Ethan, and I know you all said, Spade, do not count Ethan out. Do not count Ethan out. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm acknowledging that I was wrong. Yeah, I was wrong. So I was wrong about Ethan being the one to discover Tilly. I acknowledge that. I take accountability. And I also acknowledge, I was like, Ethan hasn't done anything since season 1. He's expendable. Guess what? He's been in the background for this moment. Yes. So a lot of you all that are like, acknowledge Ethan. Ethan is acknowledged. Okay? He is acknowledged. Yes. All right, so we can pretty much end the stream at that point. We are done here. We are donezo. All right, just joking. All right, so Ethan gave Julie the courage to face her fears, because there's a concept known as the abyss. And you've heard this in stories, maybe not. Batman, there's a Justice League movie where Batman and the Justice League were fighting against their counterparts. It was like the Injustice Lords or Justice Lords or something. Basically, Batman was fighting Owlman. Spoiler alert. Not too many spoilers, but in this situation, Batman said the difference between himself and Owlman, who was like Bruce Wayne from another reality or multiverse, he said the difference between you and I is that we both stared into the abyss. When the abyss looked back, you blinked.
Slayer.
Which basically meant that Owlman wasn't exactly like Bruce and able to best him, because he didn't have the courage to actually be strong enough to go against the abyss. So Owlman became evil and joined the abyss, which is considered weakness, because if you can't beat them, then join them. Batman looked back at the abyss, didn't blink, faced his fears, was strong, and that's why he's stronger than the abyss and stronger than evil, because he faced his fear and conquered it. So this is the threshold that Ethan's talking about, also known as staring into the abyss. Because with the help of Ethan being Julie's emotional support animal, I know y'all tired of me saying that term. By being Julie's emotional support animal, they held hands, and as they held hands, Julie was able to start her journey to walk into the abyss. Yes. And that is where we get her going into the lair of the music box monster. More about that later on. All right, let's get back on track talking about this next section. So Elgin's up here. He's clandestine with this Y-type blood thing, not telling anybody anything. And here's Fatima. Okay, here's what I'm talking about as far as the kimono creature stalking. So this is where Ellis leaves. Ellis gives Fatima a lucky handkerchief, her lucky handkerchief. Now, I thought it was going to be Tilly giving Fatima something. It should have been Tilly. Rest in peace to Tilly, y'all. Rest in peace to Tilly. Okay, for those of you all who can type in the chat, go ahead and give a rest in peace to Tilly. All right, so if you haven't been able to type to do that, don't worry about it. Do it on the replay, or just don't do it at all. Or give me a thumb up. Instead of doing rest in peace to Tilly, thumb up the video. How about we do that? 65 people watching, 44 likes. People are waiting for the floodgates to open up to like the video. Okay, so Ellis leaves Fatima. He leaves Fatima with the lucky handkerchief. What happens next? He walks away. He doesn't want to leave her. So if you notice, that right there is the talisman up. It's up. Fatima goes near the talisman. She goes near the door because she wants to leave, but she can't because she's a fugitive. Okay? She is a fugitive. Her and Ellis want to do the right thing. Boyd is like, no. Boyd is lying. Boyd's threshold was lying to the people to do a cover-up. Corruption. Police always corrupt these days. Anyway, I digress. So Fatima, she's going to crouch down. All right, she crouches down. She looks at the lucky handkerchief. She smells it because it has Elgin scent on it. It makes her feel good. When she smells the lucky handkerchief, all right, this is the reason, in my opinion, that next Fatima is going to be able to see the kimono lady. Hopefully you've already seen the episode. If not, spoilers. Fatima believes in... Okay, Nikisha says, rest in peace to Tilly. Thank you. I appreciate that. Fatima believes in the lucky handkerchief. Okay? Believe. When people believe stuff, when people believe the spoilers, when people believe the lies of the man in yellow, when people believe the serpent in the Garden of Eden and they're eating apples from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, when people believe their pastor, when people believe that 9/11 was an inside job, when people believe that in Iraq they had weapons of mass destruction, when people believe stuff, it becomes real. Because personally, I'm going to say this much. I'm going to be honest with you. I believe in something if you believe in it because I believe in you. So if you tell me, Spade, I believe in UFOs, I believe in aliens outside of Earth. I personally have to see it to believe it, but I will believe in that because you believe in that and I believe in you because I can, we'll just say experience you with my senses, meaning I can see you, I can hear you, I can touch you. I believe you're real. So my belief in your belief in something is real because I believe in you. Hopefully that makes sense. I haven't confused anybody. You all are probably like, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. But that's just how I believe. You can say I'm agnostic. You can say whatever. But my belief in you and my believing in my senses perceiving you allows me to believe in what you believe, because if you are doing something because of your belief system, good or bad, then I believe that that is something that can happen. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know that sounds kind of weird. Yeah, I know. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird. But that's just it. Like if somebody tells you, hey, I can't go on anymore, I am feeling depressed. You may have never experienced depression. You may not believe in depression. You might say, oh, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. That is great for you. But you have to believe in that person being depressed because you perceive them and they perceive the depression as being a thing they have to overcome. Jim should be listening up to me and Henry, because if you listen to your wife and believe in your wife, then you will have a better marriage. Okay. Yes, I'm all over the place. All right, back on track. Okay. Sometimes we have a squirrel moment. So, okay. So Nikisha says, I think Lucky Scarf will come into play somehow. Maybe it'll be sticking out the door or left behind somehow to help Ellis know Fatima is there. Well, that is true. Maybe that will be something to help them kind of know that Fatima may be in the cellar by seeing the lucky handkerchief in the field. Maybe episode 9. That's a good point, Nikisha. That's a good point. See, you know what? I'm telling you, this audience is amazing. This audience is amazing. It's amazing, y'all. You all are amazing.
You win.
Right, you all are amazing. That's a good point. So Fatima's belief in this lucky scarf, I believe, allowed her to ascend to a higher state of existence. And also, remember, Fatima was using DRUGSs every day in Colony House. Remember, she was known as the Mary Jane lady. The Mary Jane was clouding her judgment. It was clouding her judgment. And also clouding maybe any ability for her to perceive things supernaturally. So now that she's not using the Mary Jane and her mind is clear, just like Jay's mind is clear because he's no longer drinking and he can perceive stuff better and think better. That is the reason why I believe in this next shot after smelling the handkerchief that's Lucky that she believes in. She looks up and she's able to see the kimono woman. The kimono woman was there the whole time. But she can see the kimono woman now. And the kimono woman is looking at her and is like, uh-oh, Fatima can see me. What does kimono do? Look at kimono. Now, kimono's not surprised. She's not surprised because she's, evil entity. But now that the kimono woman knows that Fatima can see her, now that she knows that, guess what the kimono woman does? Guess what she does? She bounces. Look, you don't duck, no fade. Okay? Do not duck, no fade.
What the heck?
Right. If you sitting there spying this whole time and you trying to bring the smoke, don't leave now. That's crazy. Right.
So basically, the folks or whoever it was in charge, they pulled some shenanigans.
Right. Kimono woman pulling some shenanigans. She gonna run now that she can be seen. Trying to duck or fade. Don't duck, no fade. Do not duck, no fade. That's, man. Right, Kimono woman been talking all that crap this whole time, taking Polaroid pictures of stuff, working with Elgen behind the scenes, saying that you can get people out of there. look, if you really about that life, then you need to stick around and let Fatima know exactly what you got planned. Don't be running.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Right, that's weak. That's weak. Kimono woman out here weak. That's weak sauce. All right, I digress. 75 people watching, 50 likes. Thank you for the thumbs up. Yeah, the kimono woman out here BSing, man. Don't you hate that? People talking stuff and you see him in real life? See him in real life? They got a different tune. Now, we're not promoting any conflict over here. We are here promoting to solve your problems verbally and publicly. Unlike the kimono woman who decided to take off and leave. Crazy. Just took off and left, y'all. So if you were thinking maybe the kimono woman could help, at that point, no, the kimono woman's not here to help. What did Christopher say? Christopher said the same thing. Christopher said the same thing in that you're a liar, boy in white. Everything lies here, including kimono. Kimono lies. Everybody lies. Don't trust nothing, not even the boy in white. I'm telling you all. And you know what? I'm going to play the trailer for episode 9. The boy in white's voice changes when Victor starts chopping down the tree. We'll do that next. I'll open the chat up, then we'll go through the trailer. Yeah, the boy in white's voice change. He drops his voice. I guess he decided to go through puberty on us. Crazy. Yeah, so kimono woman, she runs. She ain't about that life. Fatima's wondering what the heck. She's scared out of her mind. I'd be scared too. This is Elgen. He looks in the mirror like he's Eminem getting ready to go on a rap battle. Lose yourself. He looking in the mirror. So different times we had people look in the mirror, crossing kind of like points of no return. Was Jasmine, she looking in the mirror, wondering, saying, I can't believe I'm about to do what I'm about to do, when she opened up the window to let her super friends in. We had Fatima, she looked in the mirror when she lost a tooth, and she was showing signs that she's a whole weirdo out here. And Elgen, this is the point right here where he's looking in the mirror and he's like, you know what? Should I do this? Guess what? If you don't know by now, the answer is yes.
Uh-oh, stinky.
So Nikisha says she loves the mirror scenes. Nikisha, do you love the mirror scenes because you identify with Elgen? I knew it.
Oh no.
Right, I knew it. So Elgen is a mole. Nikisha is a mole too. Everybody's a mole, y'all. Everybody's a mole.
I really respect honesty.
I do. I'm just joking. Nikisha cool, y'all. Nikisha's cool. She ain't got to go into the tree. She's cool. But the mirror scenes are really good because they reflect how people are in this episode, in my opinion, and really throughout the series. They're at the threshold and they're like, okay, if I do this, this is me crossing the line. There is no going back. Elgen believes he's doing the right thing, even though it is bad. But he believes that he may be an anti-hero, in my opinion. He believes that he's doing a bad thing for a good outcome. And notice that on his chest he has a crow, which to me symbolizes that he is now working for the bad people. He's working for the bad people. There's no going back. There's no redeeming quality. No different from Fatima crossing the thresholds by stabbing Tilly. No different from Boyd crossing a threshold by lying and trying to cover up the murder of Tilly. No different than Sarah crossing a threshold, trying to sacrifice Ethan. Everybody has, well, not really everybody, but a lot of people have crossed thresholds and they're at a point of no return. They're at a point of no return. So Nikisha says, it's all good. I have a beauty mark on my cheek, so that may qualify me as a You know what? You know what? The jokes write themselves.
All right, all right.
The jokes write themselves. And you know what? That does qualify someone as a mole if they have a mole. Just joking, just joking, just joking. She says, I feel bad for Elgen like Sarah. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of hard because they think they're doing the right thing. We have a lot of people in the modern world who are doing a lot of bad things for what they believe is a spiritual journey, spiritual cause. You hear people kaplooey themselves in, we'll just say, parks and schools, thinking that they're doing this for, you know, Allah and different things, and they're hurting people obviously, but they think that they're doing stuff for a spiritual purpose, for a higher calling. They believe that doing this bad thing is something that's going to punish the infidels. Happy Veterans Day for all veterans out there who have had to deal with being an infidel and being called an infidel and what that implies. I digress. So Elgen is looking in the mirror like Eminem on the movie 8 Mile. He's going to lose himself, literally and figuratively. He's doing it. He's like, you know what? He improvised. And, you know, shout out to Elgen for improvising. The kimono woman wanted an IV. He's like, we ain't got no IV. Can y'all hear that? Hopefully y'all can. I'm up here trying to do a live stream show. Elgen's being given the task based off of Polaroid pictures to get some pints of blood. He doesn't have an IV. You know, kimono woman is so strict in what she wants. She wants something. Elgen can't produce that exact thing, but he improvises. He has something a little bit different. He's going to put three. Look. You see how he's saying yes to himself. In my opinion, he's talking to himself in his head, and you know, he's got the Goku thing going on. I guess he's going to power up into Super Saiyan. Okay, he's going Super Saiyan mode, getting ready to Super Saiyan it up. Okay, he's powering up. Do they not have picks and combs and Fromville? Anyway, he's on a journey. Let me stop. He's on a journey. He doesn't have time for hygiene. No time for hygiene. Wearing the same thing over and over again. A lot of you all have said that in the comment section. And now I'm seeing you and agreeing with you. He should have at least combed the fro out. You had one job. You had one job. Just the one. Just one job. Just one job. I mean, is it that expeditious that we have to move for our journey? Okay, I'm done. All right, so he's saying, he's nodding yes to himself because he's talking himself in his head. He's psyching himself up to go over the threshold and get this blood. This is what you got to do. He's saying yes. He looks back at it. He taps his finger, saying, this is what we got to do. Talking himself up in his head, talking himself into it, doing what he has to do for his boo. Okay, doing it for the boo. Boo says, I need blood. Get me blood. And dude is like, you know what? Let's do it. All right, so Elgen, he's psyching himself up. He's going to go over. He's doing it. He's doing it, y'all. Getting his arm ready. Finding a vein. Doesn't even clean the area. He's so psyched and in tune with this mission, with his purpose. He doesn't have time to pick out his fro. Doesn't have time to clean the area to avoid infection. That's some dedication, y'all. That is some dedication. He's dedicated. He's focused. He's focused. Nikisha says, I was going to ask how Kimono last knew they had the supplies. They did bring the ambulance there. They did bring them, but she took a picture of something that probably is not. Well, maybe she took a picture of Henry's IV in the ambulance, but that was used already. So Elgen improvised. So shout out to Elgen for improvising. Shout out to him. Shout out to him. He gets his vein ready. All he has is that. He magically finds a vein on the first try. He needs to be my phlebotomist, because when I get blood drawn, they be all over the place looking for a vein.
Game over.
It's only one arm that's good. The other one's not good. I need Elgen to be my phlebotomist. I digress. So Nikisha says, I'm confused how Elgen was walking around all fine after he drew that much blood. Yeah, 3 pints. No orange juice or cookies. He should have passed out. His adrenaline was rushing because he's in the zone. He believes in what he's doing. Sometimes when you believe 100% in what you're doing, it can cause adrenaline rush to where you can somewhat, we'll just say, go past physical limitations. That's what I think is going on with him, is he is focused. He's in the zone. This man can survive. He can do all things. And we'll see the effects of that when he's kind of tussling with Fatima. Fatima was able to push him away and do all that stuff. And she would have escaped had the baby not have given her contraction. So Elgen has been weakened. He does show signs of weakness, and he had the assist or the alley-up from the supernatural creature inside of Fatima in order to get Fatima in that room. That's a good point, Nikisha. That's a good point. So this is it. Elgen's able to draw blood on the first try, unlike my phlebotomist, okay? He's that good. And it goes into mason jars because, again, he doesn't really have an IV bag, but he's got something that can drip stuff in the jars. And this is what we got here. Just fun facts for those who wanted to know. I looked it up. You can Google and look it up yourself if you don't believe me. Or maybe you may have a different answer. But just a fun fact. We have right here a CZ cap wire bail stopper glass bottle. And you could tell that because of this top right here and the shape of the bottle. Then we have a mason jar right here. And then we have a glass Coke bottle, which is right here in the background. You can kind of barely see it back there in the background. And that if he fills all that up, and I believe that he did, maybe he didn't do it all the way, but if he gave as much blood as all of these filled up, that is 3.6 pints of blood. That dude is dedicated, y'all. He is dedicated. Yeah, he's dedicated. He is dedicated. He is dedicated. He is dedicated. So, again, that is, in my opinion, his adrenaline rushing to where he is able to give 3.6 pints of blood if he filled all these up, transport it to the room unseen by anybody, and then go back and get Fatima. Etsy says, funny how there are no plastic bottles in front. Yeah, it is funny. It is funny. I guess nobody brought them with them. Well, you know what? Maybe in Fromville, they believe in recycling. Yeah, they believe in recycling. You know what? If you're trapped in Fromville, you can't leave. Why not recycle? I think recycling is the best thing, especially if you're trapped there and you can't get out. You can't get out.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah, I think recycling is a good thing if you're trapped in Fromville. And, you know, why destroy the part of the earth and the pocket universe that you're stuck in? Shout out to everybody recycling in Fromville. So 3.6 pints of blood if you filled it all up. That's what he gave, and he's able to soldier on because he believes. And the kimono woman not even giving him time to get a break or to rest. I mean, she's giving him more work. Man. Kimono woman is working her volunteer, who is Elgen, just like Kamala Harris was working her supporters.
Finish her.
I know. Kamala just working everybody. Got all this campaign debt. Not giving anybody time off. You want Democrats to donate more. I didn't vote for you. But wanting Democrats to vote more or donate more. Kimono woman's got Elgen out here with another assignment. He ain't even done with getting the blood. He don't get no time off. That's crazy. I mean, I'd be like, look, Kimono, I'm gonna need at least a couple of hours to rest. We can't do this tomorrow. No, Kimono says no. Don't do this tomorrow. Do it now.
Kill-tacular. Kilimanjaro. Kill-pocalypse.
Yeah, Kimono cracking the whip. Got the next assignment. Look at Elgen. Elgen's like, I'm not even done with this assignment. You got me doing more, boss. Man. No rest for the wicked. And look, he takes the Polaroid. He sees the place where Fatima's going to be. You can't see because of my head. Let me, yeah, so his next assignment is already there. Next assignment going. I'd be like, look, you need to let me rest or something. You going to maybe give me some cookies? Something. I mean, when we first met, you was drowning me in a bathtub and you've been stalking me. And now you putting me to work, cracking the whip. Man. I mean, it's Veterans Day. I can't go enjoy Veterans Day meals. Gotta be cracking the whip. Let me get off work early to enjoy my meal. It is November 11th. Golly. You see that? Folks just won't let you rest. I mean, they just got together and she's already treating him like they're married. I mean, just wow. I know, got a honey-do list already and we just got together. I just met you. We just got together and I already got a honey-do list. Golly. Yeah, so guess what, Elgen? You gonna be getting worked even at nighttime. You're gonna try to rest. Okay, I'm done, y'all. I'm done. So Elgen gets his next assignment. All right, so I skipped over the part with Julie throwing the rope down the Boyd. We saw that, okay? We saw, well, I didn't really skip over that per se. We're going to go through that. But this is season 2, episode 1. Boyd is trapped in the mine shaft. So even though Boyd called it a chimney and we all think it's a well, according to the synopsis of the episode, Boyd is trapped in a mine shaft. So for it to be a mine shaft means that this has to be a mine, meaning that it is a man-made, it is a cave because it's naturally made, but it was also converted into a mine because there were resources down there. So we have a cave converted into a mine. And when the mine obviously was deactivated, it just became a regular cave, which is why we see this stuff left in there. And it's now the lair of the music box monster. So just a fun fact for those who want that fun fact. Just a fun fact. So Etsy says the kimono woman pushed him down in the tub so Elgen wouldn't hear the music box playing. Interesting. So she was kind of trying to save him by pushing him down.
These nuts.
And I guess she was doing the so he wouldn't hear the music box playing. Okay. To me, that's kind of evidence or a way of thinking that You got some type of entities interfering with other type of entities. What if the music box monster was actually trapping other monsters and was actually a good guy? I mean, the music box monster was imprisoning Martin that had the worms. Maybe the music box monster was a monster going after other monsters. What do you all think? And that would explain why Abby was telling Boyd to not destroy the music box. Maybe the music box monster was actually on the side of good.
Don't make me laugh.
You're right, because what did Christopher explain to us? What did Christopher explain to us? You're a liar, boy in white. Everything lies here. Everything. Now, don't believe me. Don't believe me. But according to Christopher, everything lies here. So it is what it is. All right, so Boyd is trapped in the mine shaft. Let's go back to that. So Julie interacts with Martin. She sees him. Boyd, Martin's talking to Boyd, and Martin knows Julie's name. So I'm thinking, okay, this whole time we were thinking that this took place in the past. And I think it did take place in the past. But how would Martin know Julie's name? Unless maybe Martin himself can travel through time. Maybe Martin can travel through time, and that's how he knows Julie's name and also knew things about Abby, because just like the kimono woman, he was spying on people, being a whole weirdo. I think that's what it is. And that's why when Julie walked up, Martin says, Julie? Kind of questioning. And Julie responds with, how do you know my name? Because Martin has been spying on you like the kimono woman. That's what I think. Yeah. And so Martin doesn't really explain why he knows her name. He just, because he doesn't want to sound like a creep, in my opinion. He says he needs the rope. Julie asks, who's down there? Martin doesn't even mention that. He says, please, and hurry. Giving her orders. So now Elgin's getting bossed around, and so is Julie. Sheesh. Young people can't catch a break. He needs the rope. Who's down there? Martin doesn't respond. Maybe because Martin doesn't know who's down there, or he doesn't want to freak her out. Probably doesn't want to freak her out. So Julie, I skipped over, but Julie throws the rope down, and then Martin says, Julie asks again, who's down there? Martin says, you got to leave. It's not safe here. Julie freaks out. She freaks out and leaves, turns back around, looks back at it. Martin's gone. That's it. And I think Martin is gone because she went forward in time. So right now, Julie is time traveling, but she can't control her powers. I think she's going to have to learn to control her powers by going into the center of the ruins and kind of gradually getting used to astral projecting. Because it's no different than like going and lifting weights in the gym, in my opinion, where you go in, you haven't lifted weights before. You go in there, you're feeling all strong and stuff. You're like good to go. Then a couple of days later, you're sore, you're hurting. It's like that. And so you have to after you're done being sore, then you start to slowly build muscle. And I think when it comes to dealing with supernatural powers, it's no different that you have to somewhat work yourself up and train so that instead of you doing stuff not really being able to do stuff in a controlled and concise manner, that you're able to do stuff and actually control your gift. So hopefully we see more of that, if not Revelations 1 and 2, season 4. So right now, Julie's not able to control her gift, or someone's controlling her. I doubt that it is the evil entity, Boy in White, Man in Yellow, It, the black thing that we saw, Beelzebub, the Lord of Lies, Lucifer, Super Shredder, Bowser off of Mario, the Alien Queen. Look, sometimes it's a live stream show where we are serious. Sometimes it's a comedy.
These nuts.
Right. So Etsy says the people in town are pawns doing all of the work, moving the game forward. Exactly. And people are manipulating them and influencing them to do their bidding. All right, like the Wicked Witch of the West. So Julie goes forward in time. Either she's being controlled or can't control her powers, but she's going to key places that we saw on the first watch through, where we didn't know how things were happening, but things were happening. So this answers the whole who throw the rope thing. You know, we're cool with that. Everybody agrees. We're all like, oh man, we figured it out. I didn't want it to be Julie. I was disappointed, but you know, it is what it is. At least now we know. And guess what? Knowing is half the battle. And you know what? We're going to take a break and have a word from our sponsors. And guess who our sponsors are? Yeah, you. You are the sponsor. Hopefully you are, when you watch on the replay or watching now, you're watching commercials. It helps YouTube and I out. Hopefully you all find it in your heart to donate through super chats. And if not that, or super thanks, watching on the replay, join the channel membership so that you can comment and be first class and being able to comment with the rest of the chatters in the chat box and not having to wait for the doors to open up for all the regular people. You can comment and be VIP by joining channel membership. It's up to you though. No pressure, no pressure. All right, we are back. Yes, thank you for watching the commercial. Gave me a chance to do what I got to do. All right, we're 2 hours in. Let's keep the party going. And thank you for the people who didn't drop off. Still 62 people watching, 55 likes. Hopefully we get those higher when the floodgates open up, which I know you all are waiting on. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Yeah, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. All right. So Julie, she looks back. Martin's gone. She must have went forward in time. It's all good. Julie's panicking. She's afraid. She's scared. And again, she has to build up to this point. This is the point where she's walking into the cave. She walked out of that lair of the music box monster. And instead of her, like Boyd, going out of the layer of the ruins, she goes to another area. And I think someone is controlling the time travel for her. She has, or maybe her power is kind of like manifesting on its own and doing its own thing. But I think that someone or something is controlling her, and maybe in the future she'll learn to control it on her own. So she's going around. So even though we can see her, it's supposed to be understood that it's completely dark and she can't see anything. She's looking around. She's like, where am I now? Where am I at? She can't see anything. This is her acting like she can't see anything. It's completely dark. And this is where she takes out a lighter. She tries to light it. Nope. You should have not been using all that Mary Jane because your lighter is out.
Emotional damage.
I think something is keeping her from being able to light it. Or maybe it's out because she's been lighting up this whole time. Every time you see Julie, she's lighting up. You should have saved your fluid, your lighter fluid. Or maybe something is keeping her from lighting it. Who knows? She's trying to light it. She's getting scared. At this point, she hears Tabitha and Victor in the cave at season 2, episode 1. After Tabitha went down into the cave, Victor was waiting on her and they're going out. Victor started to fall apart emotionally. Tabitha's like, which way do we go? And if you notice in that scene, there was like a fork in the road. And so Julie hears them. She hears them. And Julie's going to start moving towards where she hears her mom. And she says, Mom. And then she no longer hears Tabitha and Victor. So what I believe is that on the first watch through, Boyd was not able to hear Julie because he was not attuned to be able to perceive the supernatural, i.e. astral projection that Julie's doing right now. And even though he couldn't perceive her or hear her, he got the rope. I think Tabitha's the same way. She wasn't able to hear Julie because she's not attuned. However, I think her mother's intuition or woman's intuition kind of sensed Julie, and that's what prompted Tabitha to ask about, where's the water coming from? And you think that, water means entrance, which it does. But I also believe that what also prompted Tabitha to go into a particular direction is not necessarily the water, but Julie calling out to her, and she kind of getting a spider sense, tingly sensation from Julie's energy, and that's what made Tabitha go into a particular direction, which led her out of the cave. So Julie, in my opinion, and if all this is right, Julie basically traveled to the actual past and not backwards in time, because you cannot physically travel to the past. You can go backwards in time or forwards in time. It's impossible to travel to the past because you cannot exist in two places at once. You create a new timeline. However, especially if you didn't exist there twice in the beginning or originally, a new timeline would be created. However, Julie, in my opinion, based off this show, is not existing in two places at once. She is outside of time and space, but able to interact with time and space. And this is the same ability that the kimono woman is doing with projecting herself. And I think the creatures can do the same thing. That's how they're able to sit there and spy on people and stare at them and listen to them and know everyone's name, because they're astro projecting themselves while they sleep. And that's the reason why they sleep. They probably don't even necessarily have to sleep, but they're sleeping because they want to astro project themselves while everyone is normally awake, to spy on them and watch them, gather information to use against them when they go at nighttime and they're creeping around. And let me know if you all agree or disagree in the comments. When the comments open up or when watching on the replay, same thing for members. Yep and yep. It's kind of creepy because that means that there's things that are around you 24/7. You're never safe. You think you're by yourself in the restroom. Someone's in there with you, being a creep. Being a whole creep.
Got him! Got him!
Yeah, you think you're alone, but you're not alone. And you know what? What if one of the creatures had relations with Fatima while it was astro projecting? Fatima thought she was with Ellis, but was really with a creature. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes.
Emotional damage!
Yeah, because think about it. Let's say if the smiley creature, when Boyd put the worms inside of him, we thought he became deceased. What if, as the cicadas came out of him, he also astro projected? And so that allowed him off screen, because, you know, a lot of stuff takes place off screen. That allowed him to have relations with Fatima, so that in a way, maybe that's what the baby is the cicadas, the smiley creatures, astro projected form that we see the kimono woman doing. What if he went inside of Fatima one way or another and is using her as a vessel to be reborn? That would be sick. That would be sick. And I think that's what we're dealing with, is beings being able to astro project, and with the worms somewhat upgrading the smiley creature to cicadas, and also the bile from the smiley creature being put on the bullets and upgraded the rest of the creatures to be turned into nightmare creatures, according to the credits that we saw, because the creatures have gotten more strategic and more cunning. What if the upgrading also allowed them to not only astro project and see stuff and hear stuff, but actually interact with stuff? And that's how Fatima got preggers. Ugh.
Yikes. Yikes.
So Etsy says, if Kenny and Acosta wouldn't have moved her body, she may have been able to save the children from the ritual. Exactly. Exactly. Maybe if she travels back to before they were sacrificed, she could save them. Exactly. Right now, Julie is the only hope to, quote unquote, save the children. So what if the real chosen one is not who the boy in white chooses, or that anyone chooses, but someone who can astral project and time travel, which could be Randall, Marielle, or Julie, based off of the cicadas. Like, what if the cicadas upgraded them while they were, like, what if they had to kind of get through that stage with the help of Boyd to be upgraded, just like how the smiley creature was upgraded, just like how the creatures became nightmare creatures. What if you have to combine with the entities somehow to be upgraded? Because you know, Tabitha, she was astral projecting as a child, having this reoccurring nightmare. What if Tabitha has to do something to be upgraded to astral project and be able to do stuff? And I think that everybody has gifts. It's just mental illness and trauma, or just mental illness that's preventing them from tapping into their gifts. So they need the help of someone else like Ethan, who doesn't have any trauma, to help them open up their gifts and help them be upgraded like that. What do you all think? What do you all think? I think so. I think so. I think that's what it is. Like, you can be upgraded one way or another, but someone like Ethan, who is innocent, can kind of like wash away your mental illness in a way by being an emotional support animal. Same thing for Jim. Henry may be upgrading him. They may be able to be on the path of maybe healing. And while they're healed, they become a whole person, or at least on the path of being a whole person. And by being a whole person, they can use their gifts, and the gifts that they had in from the get-go is what caused them to go into Fromville and be chosen in the first place. There's a reason why Elgin, Randall, Marielle were on that same bus together when they came into Fromville. There's a reason why the Matthews were brought in, why Christopher is brought in, while Jade was brought in. It's a reason why all these people were brought in. And I believe it's because they have these gifts, but their trauma from mental illness, including Victor, has prevented them from tapping into their gifts. And that's why it's a struggle. Jade has to give up the alcohol. The alcohol is helping him numb the pain and the effects of mental illness. Jade has to not only get over the alcohol, which is helping him with the symptoms of his problem, actually get over what hurt him in the past to fully get over that trauma and tap into his gifts. Same thing with Jim. His father was an alcoholic. That's why Jim is the way he is. I think Henry's helping him get on that path. I also think that Henry was brought into Fromville not to help Victor, but to help Jim, because Henry wants to be a dad to Victor, but it turns out that Henry is going to be able to be the dad that he wants to be by being a father figure to Jim, who needs a father figure who has healed himself versus his own father, so that Jim can be the husband that he's not. There we go. There, you know what, y'all? You know what? There it is. There it is. There it is. We did it, y'all. We did it. What's going on, Amanike? How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. There it is. That's it. That's it. That is it. It's like Fromville. Someone has said it in the comment section. I forgot who. Someone said it in the comment section that what's bringing people into Fromville is everyone is dealing with some type of problem. Everyone's going through turmoil. And so what brings them into Fromville is whatever their issues are, including their gifts. And the only way to tap into their gifts, which brings them into Fromville, is by dealing with mental health issues, dealing with mental illness. Because I'm here to tell you that we and I'm going on a rant here. I know you all want me to continue on with the analysis. I'm going on a rant. I'm going on a quick rant, which is a sidestep, if you will. You know, it is what it is. I'm taking a sidestep.
What the fuck?
Going on a sidestep, but I'll get back on track. But one thing that we suffer from as a society is just acknowledging that we need help. We have mental health issues. And sometimes we just, instead of dealing with trauma, we do things to promote escapism, to numb the symptoms of the trauma and problems that we have from more than likely unresolved childhood issues, bad relationship issues, hang-ups, just different things that are affecting us mentally that may have started when we were a child, but have been carried over into adulthood. So while dealing with these mental health issues by numbing the pain and having escapism, it prevents you from being your better self. I myself have dealt with unresolved childhood issues, and it came to fruition when during the pandemic, I had got to be 364 pounds. Yes. I'm not going to hit you or bore you with a sob story, but make a long story short, I had to detox from food in order to lose the weight. I had to get rid of or stop using white sugar, white flour, white salt to lose the weight. I digress. So the people in From, they're dealing with mental health issues, or they're developing mental health issues by being there. And that's what's hindering them from being on their purpose and actually being the people that they could be. So Amanike says, you never looked that big. Well, that's just it. I may have never looked that big, but the scale doesn't lie. The scale doesn't lie. Numbers don't lie. And so that's something that people got to do in the show, is deal with unresolved childhood and unresolved issues from the past. Tabitha's got to get over baby Thomas rolling over and becoming unalived. Jim has to do that as well. Jim also has to get over not being able to control stuff because he has a controlling nature, controlling spirit. Julie's got to get over her hangups from having to somewhat raise and watch Ethan while her parents were going through stuff. Donna's got to get over the loss of her sister. Fatima is now going through trauma by being pregnant and no one believes her. And now she just took in the garden shears to Tilly. Tilly might have been the only real healed person in the show. Now, Ellis, he kind of has had anger issues season 1. I think he somewhat started to deal with his anger issues in a way through being with Fatima. But I think that if something happens to Fatima, he's going to revert back to how he was. Remember, Ellis was kind of bullying Dale. Dale may have been the only person who had his head on straight, but maybe Dale had his issues. Jade, alcoholism. Henry has somewhat alcoholism to numb the pain. Maybe he has a better grip on what he's got going on. I think Marielle may still have a DRUGS problem. Randall's got anger issues, and he's now dealing with trauma. Christy, I think she has her hang-ups from something. Kenny's got his mom and dad, both of them being unalived by creatures. He probably deep down inside is still upset with Sarah. Sarah, she's been weakened mentally from her abusive relationship that Nathan kind of saved her from. I think Nathan physically saved Sarah, but not mentally, which is why she was susceptible to the voices telling her to kill the boy. I could go on and on and on. Let me know in the comment section if I've missed anyone that is in Fromville. Well, Victor, he's dealing with unresolved childhood issues. Victor's a whole basket case, but he can't help it because I believe that he's autistic and it is what it is. So Victor's got stuff that he is dealing with, and he came into Fromville in the 70s. In the 70s, they didn't have individual education plans for kids who were autistic. He probably was left behind in the school system. He's got his own issues. Plus, he's been with the creatures and the monsters and evil things for decades by himself. We don't even know how long he's been dealing with that. And he is an unreliable narrator because he has those trauma and mental health issues as preventing him from remembering stuff correctly. But then again, when you think about it, when you're like 10 years old and you're currently in your 50s, it's going to be kind of hard to remember details anyway. So he kind of gets a pass, but kind of not. But he's dealing with stuff as well. So it is what it is. So back to Julie. Okay, back to Julie. She's going around in the cave. And so she goes further and further. She's walking around in the dark. And then she stumbles upon a light. And this is where she hears on Kui. I'm not going to play it because I don't want to copyright stuff. Hopefully you've watched the episode. If not, you have to imagine a Kui. So the kids are saying, on Kui. On Kui. And they start yelling. So one thing that I did not see in the captions when I went through and watched the show with captions on a second go around, I had to watch this episode multiple times to be able to get this whole stream that I'm presenting to you now. I had to watch it multiple times, which is why I couldn't stream yesterday. Yeah, I know. I had to watch it multiple times, but on the fourth or fifth viewing of the show, I noticed one thing that is being heard, and that is, put your hand to me. Go back and rewatch it. Go back and rewatch it. Maybe you'll hear it, maybe not. I'm not going to play it here, but you'll hear, put your hand to me. And I think while the children were on the slabs and the people who they loved, notice that the boy in white, or Victor telling us what the boy in white said, which we'll see later on. Victor didn't say that the boy in white was saying that these were their parents. These were people that the children had loved. Meaning, I think that the children were separated from their parents, human trafficking, and the children just learned to love their captors. Maybe, how the syndrome where you start to fall in love with your captors or you sympathize with your captors. Can't think of the name of it. You know what I'm talking about. The children started to love the captors, and it became where the children started to believe what the captors were telling them. However, one of the people in the town, according to Victor, loved them and gave them hope. Hope's a dangerous thing, y'all. Hope is a dangerous thing because the same way you'll believe that I'm not going to worry about paying my rent or paying my bills. I'm going to leave my cares and troubles in the hands of the Lord and let him solve my problems. Guess what? When you leave your problems into someone else's hands, you roll the dice that those problems will not get solved because no one's going to care for you and love you better than yourself. It is what it is. Stockholm Syndrome. There you go. See, Etsy for the win. There we go. Etsy for the win. Stockholm Syndrome. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're also keeping the lights on around me. What is up?
Yeah, you guys keeping the lights on and keeping me straight. Making sure I don't forget anything. 65 people watching, 57 likes. If we can get the likes higher, unless you've already thumbed down, then don't worry about it. If you've already thumbed down, don't worry about it. Or if you're one of those that's like, you know what? I need to hear the entire stream or watch the entire video before I give a thumb up. Okay. I get it. I will wait for you to make your mind up. Hopefully you'll be satisfied by the end of this, whenever it does happen. All right, so put your hand to me. And I think in their being sacrificed, the children held hands and had hope. Somebody gave them hope. And I believe that hope was that someone is going to come save you. The same way that people who are religious say that Jesus is going to come back and save you. No knock to anyone religious, just using as an example. The same way they say that someone's going to come save you. You're going through something right now. It's trials and tribulation. You're being tested. This is all for a purpose. Job, you'll be rewarded. Yada, yada, yada. I think someone gave the children hope. Someone's going to come rescue you. You won't be sacrificed. The children they had some type of powers. That's why they were chosen. They may have put their powers and hope into the vines that they were seeing above, and that created the shape, which created the faraway tree, like Victor and Sarah were saying at the end of the episode. While they were hoping for a savior, hoping that someone would come save them, save the children, they were putting their hands together, and that's why when we see, I guess the hallucination, or maybe their astral projection self, or maybe their ghost self, whatever. That's the reason why we always see them holding hands. That's what I believe. All right, so put your hand to me is one thing you can hear instead of Ankui and Kui, and I think that we can audibly hear put your hand to me because Julie is starting to become more attuned to her power, more attuned to energy, to where she can understand the language. And instead of her hearing Ankui or I am Groot, she can actually understand the language. I know people are saying Ankui means remember. I heard people say that in the comment section. Or Ankui means I'll pay you Thursday for a hamburger today. You know, you all are all over the place in the comment section. I appreciate it. I appreciate you.
Pick a struggle, fam. Pick a struggle.
Right, pick a struggle. I'm just joking. I mean, I think Ankui is a language like I am Groot. So Lisa's back. Lisa says, hi, y'all. Happy you all are going strong. Yeah, they're going strong. Only members are the strongest because you all are first class when it comes to this plane. First class.
I love my audience. You guys have such a great sense of humor.
You guys do, because you all don't unsubscribe with my corny jokes. I poke fun at your religions and your names and poke fun at y'all's relationships or lack thereof. You guys still stick around and I love it. I appreciate it. All right, so put your hand to me. And that's why I think they're holding hands even in their maybe astral projection form or whatever, because that's how they were sacrificed and unalived. All right. So Lisa's using those emojis. Yeah, you all use the emojis. And if I get some more members, I can add more emojis and we can get the party started even further. I think other emojis I might add an emoji of, I don't know. I'll add some emojis or do a poll or something to ask y'all. I digress. So put your hand to me. Julie's able to hear it and she kind of starts getting closer and closer to the light. She's crying. These are the screams that she probably has been hearing. She's screaming. She looks back and you know what? She's pulled out of the ruins. I didn't show that scene. Not important because, you know, it is what it is. All right. So this is where Victor is starting to remember. Now, Christopher, I've gone back and forth. Is Christopher good? Is Christopher bad? Is Christopher, what is going on with Christopher? What does he believe? What is his motivation? Who did you vote for this election? What's going on with Christopher? What's going on with him? You noticed, guess what's going on? Fun fact for Christopher. Fun fact. Christopher is actually thinner. He's a thinner Christopher than what we saw when he was holding the book talking to Jade. I don't know. I think he's thinner. Maybe he's going to have a bigger role season 4. Who knows? But anyway, fun fact complete. So Christopher, he's kind of confronting the boy in white. The boy in white's confronting him. And this is where Victor says that Victor reveals to us that it wasn't Jasper. It was the boy in white all along. How do you mess that up, Victor? How do you mess that up? You had one job to get us information. You misremember, and you told us it was Jasper, but it's really the boy in white. Do you know how a colossal blunder that is? But he's got mental health issues. He's on the spectrum. That was 40 years ago. I understand. Blah, blah, blah. But guess what? that would have helped a lot of us with theories. Okay? So if you had a theory like I did centered around Jasper, your theory has just been debunked unless Victor comes back later on and says, oh, got you. It really was Jasper talking. I played you, psych, psych, psych.
Your team sucks.
Right, Lisa asks, so how much more has Victor been misremembering? I know, because Victor is an unreliable narrator. He is an unreliable narrator. I'm thinking Victor is somewhat solid, taking Henry down to the caves, looking for Jasper. That whole expedition was for nothing because it wasn't Jasper. It was the boy in white the whole time. The boy in white the whole time. That is crazy, y'all. That is crazy.
Unfrickin' believable.
Right. Etsy says, I don't believe nothing that comes out of Victor's mouth. I don't blame you. And that's why I said in the beginning of the stream, who believes the spoilers? Because if you just believe it, you're no different than the townspeople believing the evil entity will give you gifts and bless you by you doing these rituals and having these burnt offerings. You're no different than just believing what you're told because people do little, we call them illusions now, but doing magic. And you thinking, oh, okay, well, dude can do magic. It's the 1930s. That's because of how I'm dressed. We're going through the Great Depression. The mind has been deactivated. Now it's just a cave. We're hungry. We're starving. We want to prosper. We want to live forever. We want a whole bunch of things. Dude comes up, makes a bunch of promises. You decide to kidnap kids, sacrifice them, have them wear christening outfits. You live in the cave so nobody can know what you're doing. You're moving stuff down to the cave to make it easier for you to adjust to the cave and make it easier to raise these kids, keeping them captive so you can sacrifice them, complete this ritual. And guess what? You got everlasting life. You ate from the tree of life like Adam and Eve would have been doing if God didn't kick them out the Garden of Eden. But guess what? Your everlasting life is a creature, you know? So hopefully y'all didn't hear that. People outside trying to do a live stream host. I'm trying to do a live stream show right now. Right. So we're believing that. And now we have everlasting life. But now you're a creature. Now you're a creature. You're not even human anymore. So you live forever, but you live forever and you ugly. All right. So Lisa says, after seeing the camera work on its own recently, us viewers could believe Jasper, but Jabby was Jasper. Exactly. Jasper was running around stalking Jade, scaring Victor. We're thinking, okay, Jasper is messed up. Jasper's messed up. Come to find out, Jasper was not yelling. It was probably the boy in white. I guess controlling Jasper, we don't know. We don't know. And then when we see Christopher holding the book, the blood coming down from the book with the symbols, that might have been the boy in white too. So for all we know, it was the boy in white all along. It was the boy in white all along. So I'm just like Christopher. Christopher's like, you're a liar. This is Christopher saying this. You're a liar, talking to the boy in white. Everything here lies. Everything here does lie. And we're going to go through episode 9's trailer of the boy in white going through puberty, dropping that voice, getting deep, telling Victor not to chop down any trees. I'm like, you know what? What's up with that? I thought you're supposed to be a friend. Yeah, it's supposed to be a friend. Deepening his voice, talking about some don't do it. We'll get to that, y'all. We'll get to that. All right, so Christopher is like, he ain't going. You're a liar. Everybody lies. And guess what? Guess who's got their fist balled up? Guess who has their fist balled up? chin held up, squaring up with Christopher, saying that, you know what, I'm gonna knock you out. You see his fist balled up? Look at that. Fist balled up, staring him down. Christopher does not have his hands balled up. And you want to know what's messed up about Victor? The way Victor remembered it in the previous episode when he was talking to Sarah and they had the whole going to the cellar with their whole tent and stuff, telling secrets. He showed Christopher looking weak, looking soft, looking weak and looking soft. Yeah, looking weak and looking soft, but you know what? Guess what? Christopher is looking like he's about that life right now. Christopher, back straight. Somebody's got his chin up. He's thinner. Hair looks better. Feet planted. 10 toes down. Okay, he's ready to knock the boy in white out. Boy in white's got his fist balled up. I think that this part of the conversation happens after the boy in white explains stuff, which we're going to see after I'm done running my mouth. Right, the boy in white looks more like a teen in white now. Exactly, the boy in white's gotten older. He's done being a boy. He's like, you all are not going to do what I want you to do. He might grow up and be a man and just be the man in yellow and just show us his real colors. Show us his real colors. And then you got to really put him in his place. All right? Then you got to really put him in his place. So yeah, notice that the boy in white had the same soldier stance that he had when Victor came up from the cellar and saw the carnage, which I believe, if you missed it on the previous part of the stream, people heard about going through the tree and leaving Fromville or saving the children and you'll be released from Victor telling Miranda that. People overheard, or Miranda told other people. People went into the faraway tree before Miranda, or maybe afterwards, I don't know. Probably before, based off my current theory. They went into the tree before Miranda. Miranda may have sat back and watched everybody else go through. Coast is clear. She went in after them. Everyone else dropped into town from the sky. That's why they're scattered around like that. Creatures came and got them afterwards and did their thing. Miranda went into the tree. Maybe she fell from the sky too, like Victor did with the rock when demonstrating the faraway tree to Ethan. And when Victor came up from the cellar, the boy in white had the same soldier stance at the position of attention. Shout out to veterans. Happy Veterans Day. Hopefully you got your free meal. Had the same soldier stance, looking at Victor the same way with the mean face. Like everybody's supposed to be unalived right now. You've survived. The boy in white is looking the same way. So the jig is up. The jig is up.
You starting off the stream nice and calm and mellow, trying to keep a bish.
Right. The boy in white's trying to keep people there to do what he wants them to do. And now all of a sudden, when Christopher stands up to the boy in white, literally stands up, 10 toes down, looking straight at him, fist balled up. The boy in white looking like a shinobi, getting ready to punch him in his face, in his jaw. This is how your son stands up to you when he don't believe that you are tough and you his daddy. Okay, I'm done breaking down the scene, but I just want y'all to take note of that. Take note of that. So now Victor, he's misremembering. He's remembering stuff out of order. Remembering stuff out of order because now, as Victor explains it, he doesn't start off with the beginning. He starts off with basically the ending and kind of goes backwards. And so what I'm also thinking is this. I think Victor may also have the ability to astral project. It's just that the reason why he's misremembering, and just hear me out, Spoiler alert, if you have not seen Agatha All Along, I know what you're thinking. That Disney Plus show is trash. It is not trash. It is actually good. I liked it at least. I liked it at least.
What the heck?
I'm not going to spoil any plot points, but I just want to use that as a reference point if you have seen that show. There's a character on that show. Lisa says Boy in White is more like a teen in white now. He's double his height. Yes, he is. Is the Boy in White like Kimono Lady or Sarah's Voices? I don't know how to view Boy in White. I think the Boy in White is all the above. I think he's all the above. Yeah, he's all the above. So there's a character on Agatha All Along. I won't take too much time with this. I just want to use this as an illustration point for those who have seen it or those who will see it so you understand, so I don't have to explain time travel. But someone who can perceive the past, present, and future of their lifetime all at once when they talk to people or they're interacting with environments, rather, or like Dr. Manhattan, if you will, they're perceiving everything all at once to where it's difficult for them to not only remember stuff and concentrate, but to explain something. So to someone who perceives stuff like Dr. Manhattan or like that one woman on Agatha All Along who was able to see the past, present, and future, if you watch the show, you'll know what I'm talking about. They have a hard time remembering stuff because everything is out of order, because their perception of time is not linear like it is for you and I. So yesterday was, at the making of this broadcast, November 10. Today's November 11. Tomorrow will be November 12th. We see linear like that. But to someone who perceives everything all at once, there is no past, present, and future. They're experiencing their entire lifetime or experiencing all time all at once simultaneously. So you can't even tell them, hey, can I borrow $5 from you later on? Because they'll be thinking, because they're experiencing later on after they've given it to you, and they're like, I already gave you $5. I don't know, that's the best way to explain it. But anyway, so I think that Victor is misremembering. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and play devil's advocate. I think Victor misremembers, not just because of mental illness, not just because he may be on the spectrum as far as being autistic, and not only because it was 40 years ago, but I think it's because he experiences time different than the normal person. And let me know in the comment section if you kind of believe that, or if you think that it's a stretch, that it's a yoga stretch. Amanika says, happy Vets Day. No free meal for her. Cleaning out her body today. Nothing wrong with that. Clean it out. Clean it out. All right. So Victor, when he starts off the story, we just saw an image of them beefing, right? Now look at this. Now you got Christopher sitting down. He's intrigued. He has his attention to the boy in white. Boy in white is explaining that the only way you can get answers are the answers at the end are from the beginning. You know what? Let me just play it because I messed it up. Let me just play the actual audio because I butchered that. You all are going to tell me I butchered that. I acknowledge that I butchered that. I acknowledge it. I acknowledge it. So let me go ahead and do that. Let me do that. It's a little easier just to play the audio versus trying to paraphrase this point, because this point is important, in my opinion. All right, let's see. So I'm not going to sync up the video with the audio. I'm going to just play it and just have it frozen at this frame. Hopefully you all are okay with that.
Christopher. He said the answers to the end are at the beginning. That it started with the children. What the others did to them.
What others, Victor?
The people they loved. The people they trusted. He said the children were born in the dark. And then they were murdered in the dark. But someone who loved them told them a story. The story gave them hope. And when the children laid on the stones, they poured their hope into the roots that made the symbol, and those roots became the tree.
The faraway tree.
The boy in white was trying to tell Christopher that to save the children, he would have to go through the tree. He wouldn't listen. He got angry. Everything lied here. Christopher wouldn't listen. So
What?
Christopher would go to the tree, so I told my mother what the boy in white said. That's why she left us.
You don't understand. You have to be here. It's the only place that the baby...
All right, so when Sarah chimed in and said the faraway tree, you and I both know there's more than one faraway tree. So I don't think that the boy in white necessarily was talking about the faraway tree. This could be a different tree like we saw in the beginning scroll that's real thick. Because it couldn't be, I mean, okay, let's say if the boy in white was referring to the faraway tree that's supposed to go to the lighthouse. Then if he's referring to that tree, why wouldn't that tree work for everyone and not just Christopher? So I'm with Christopher when he says lies, because it wouldn't make sense. As far as to me, it just wouldn't make sense that you have a tree that is able to take you to the beginning to save the children, yet the tree only works for Christopher because he's selected by you, the boy in white. Why couldn't anybody just go? And that's why I agree with Christopher. You're a liar, boy in white. Everything lies here. And when Dale went through that tree, he ended up on the side of the pool, in the pool rather, on the wall. The other townspeople went through the tree, and I believe they dropped from the air onto the ground, and they just were out there maimed and became easy prey for the creatures. And that's the reason why Miranda went into the tree and fell from the sky, because the trees are just fickle, like Victor was saying, that either they're random or they're controlled by, let's say, the boy in white. So the boy in white controls who goes where. And I think that's the case unless your will is strong enough to circumvent his will and be able to go to where you want to go. But I think the boy in white is just controlling the trees. It's two options. I think it's option number, the boy in white is controlling the faraway trees, because Tabitha went to the lighthouse. The boy in white pushed her out and said this is the only way. And I think the boy in white wanted Tabitha to get Henry, to bring Henry into Fromville, to set Jim straight so that Jim will leave Tabitha alone, so that Tabitha can do something to continue the boy in white's agenda. That's what I'm thinking. That is what I'm thinking. And with that logic, Christopher's right. Boy in white, you're a liar. Everything lies here. Everything lies here. Boy in white is, the whole time he's wearing white, you think white is maybe an angel or something good. In a sci-fi movie or sci-fi show, you can look this up. Characters who are usually evil, they wear white. They usually wear white. Now, it's possible for like a Western where you'll have a character wear a white hat to symbolize they're good, and you got a character wearing a black hat to symbolize they're evil or bad, and you might have a character wearing kind of like a light brown, meaning they're kind of like an anti-hero, or they may wear a kind of like a tan hat, meaning that they're a good guy, but they're slowly going towards the evil side. And, the color scheme will also be different, where you may have a character that starts off wearing blue and then they start to wear red. That shows kind of like a development of a character. You do got that, but usually when it comes to a sci-fi show, when a character wears all white, they're usually evil or they're usually the bad guy. And you all can look that up. You can look that up. But there's also instances where characters wear white and they're good. But I think that the boy in white is wearing all white and taking the form of a child to manipulate, confuse, and overall tell lies, lies, half-truths, and misleading information. That's what I think.
Game over.
So Christopher was right. Everything lies there. And then similar to how in the scene where Tabitha came back and said she went through the tree, and went to the lighthouse, went back to the regular world, everybody was like, why don't we all line up and go to the tree? And Boyd somewhat stopped them. No. Boyd didn't really stop them. Dale went first. They saw what happened to Dale, and then people decided not to do it. And Boyd was trying to talk him out of it, but by seeing Dale go to the side of the pool, instead of all lining up one by one, which I think happened to people in the past, which caused the massacre, people were right to be cautious and let Dale go first, and for him to be the sacrificial lamb.
Flawless victory. Fatality.
Yeah, and Dale suffered the fatality. So there's that 67 people watching, 61 likes. We doing right. We doing right, y'all. We doing right. We are doing right. Lisa says, that's rough. Who could unalive a child? People in a cult. People in a cult who believe that eating from the body and drinking from the blood is a good thing.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I'm sorry. We're doing cannibalism. We're doing symbolism of cannibalism, and but anyway, I'm not here to change what you believe. I digress. So Etsy says, if the boy in white controls the faraway trees, the children's ritual controls the portal into From. When you see the roots, people come in or leave out. The big bad needs the children. Exactly. The big bad does need the children. And you know what? You know what we also need? We also need channel members. Shout out to, hopefully it's Cassie or Casey. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Hopefully I didn't mess it up. Shout out to Casey for being a channel member. Salute. Salute. Hopefully I can find out how to pronounce your name correctly. I think it's Cassie. Maybe it's Casey. I'm sorry. I messed it up and you just became a channel member. Already off to a bad foot. I don't think it's the bottle tree. I think it's the fallen tree that is the beginning for everyone. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. That could be an interesting point. That's an interesting point.
Everybody feeling the love.
Yes, everybody feeling the love. Thank you for being a channel member. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. And anybody else who becomes a channel member now or in the future, I'm going to appreciate you too, because you'll be first class and you'll be able to join the party early versus having to wait in line. So yeah, the boy in white, I mean, I think he is not necessarily evil or good. I think he has intentions. He has an agenda. And like I said before, he is telling lies, half-truths, and misleading information, just like the kimono woman, to get what she wants, what he wants, because they have an agenda. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out that Fromville is no different than the Garden of Eden, and that, we'll just say, the one above all wants sacrifices and is allowing the one below all to tell lies, half-truths, and misleading information to deceive people so that they both can get sacrifices, worshipers, people who have hope of leaving, people who turn to a higher power instead of turning to themselves and do all that. So they both get what they want as far as above. I mean, the one above all, the one below all, which are worshipers, since they, it, he, them are jealous. All right, I digress. Rant over. And so while Victor is kind of remembering things out of order, remembering bits and pieces, the boy in white is saying the same thing Victor is saying. Is muffled. I don't know why it's muffled. But Tabitha and Sarah, they're looking on. Sarah is, oh, you know what? I skipped the scene, but one thing I like, just taking a side note or detour, I like how when Tabitha was playing counselor to Victor to get him to talk after Sarah went and got Tabitha, Victor looked towards Sarah for reassurance before he started the counseling session with Tabitha. I thought that was pretty cool, and it's kind of like a nod to the fact that Victor sees Sarah as his emotional support animal, just like Julie sees Ethan as her emotional support animal. I thought that was pretty good.
Let's go.
So everybody is kind of getting over their trauma with their friends. So friends are coming together. I got my issues, you got your issues. We can work on our issues together, and we can figure this thing out, try to work through our trauma, and somewhat become like a support group like they have for Alcoholics Anonymous and people who deal with, I'll just say addiction. For people who are dealing with substance abuse, dealing with issues of wanting to be negative to oneself. I don't want to use the S word. For those that have problems, a support group where they can lean on each other helps them to get through stuff, even though they're all dealing with stuff, because talking it out can help you work it out and get to the actual issue and not just the symptoms of the issue, which a lot of people on the show, not a lot of people, but different people on the show, Julie with her Mary Jane, Jade with his drinking, and other people using coping mechanisms, such as Tabitha shutting down or maybe lashing out at Jim being domineering and controlling, everyone having different outlets that are toxic to themselves and others. They can all kind of get past the toxicity and work out the problem and not just the symptoms of the problem and have escapism and all that. And maybe even pleasure seeking, if you will, by being a group and working as a collective and getting through it together. All right. So enough about that and sounding like a Saturday morning special. All right. So Victor, he starts to open up more to Tabitha to tell the story. Christopher is hearing what is asked of him to go through the tree. He's like, it's not safe here. You're a liar. Everything here lies. I don't believe anything. And I think that Christopher started to have mental health issues when he started seeing hallucinations, probably caused by the boy in white. And the reason why Christopher was not just gung-ho with doing it was because Christopher had not yet been weakened mentally by what he had seen as far as hallucinations and stuff. Because if you notice, Jade has been slowly starting to lose his grip as far as his mental fortitude because of the hallucinations and trying to solve the problem and not having answers. I think Christopher may have had the same journey, but when the boy in white came to him and asked him to do stuff, just like when with the kimono woman off screen did the same thing to Elgen, Christopher had not yet been broken, because when you are broken mentally, you're easier to manipulate, influence, and even if you believe in the supernatural, be able to possess. Yes, be able to possess. So because Christopher had not yet been there yet and was resistant, that's what caused the friction between him and the boy in white. And I wouldn't be surprised if the boy in white is what caused Christopher to have a demise.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is Victor further explaining what I just mentioned in the previous part of the stream. He's going over that. He's starting to remember bits and pieces, fragments. Again, an unreliable narrator. So you can't necessarily trust everything he's saying. This is Christopher. Christopher's about that life. He's like, you're a liar. Everything lies here. Christopher's like, I ain't doing it. I'm done being a volunteer. You lost the election. It's over. I'm moving on. Okay? I'm moving on. And that's the reason why the boy in white balled up his fist, being angry, because when the Most High is good all the time, he's G-O-D, and when he's not good, he's S-A-T-A-N. I'm done. I digress. Two sides of the same coin, duality. Okay, I'm done this time. Because it is November 11. 11/11 is a sign of duality, as above, so below. I've said it before at the beginning of the stream. All right, I'm done talking your ear off about that. So Victor kind of continues on with the story. He's thinking and remembering, thinking and thinking and thinking. Now we get to the grand finale of the episode. Grand finale. Elgen has already crossed the threshold. He's got Fatima down here. He's weak. He believes what he believes. You need to get in that room. Get in that room now. I told you to get in that room. You need to listen to me, because I'm the man, you the woman. And so Fatima pushes Elgen. Elgen's still in the way of the entrance. You're not going through. Elgen is worried and he's nervous, but he believes what he believes because Elgen's been broken. He's had the seizures. He's had the dreams. He's been stalked by the kimono lady. He already kind of was like not assertive. He was soft. He's a good man, if you will. He's already, a softy. So him being appointed is just because he saw the kimono woman. And it's because, in my opinion, that he's mentally broken. He's got gifts, but he's mentally broken. So he can't really think clearly and can't really see clearly. Because usually when people are dealing with mental health issues, they're weak-minded. They're easy to manipulate. And they do stuff such as self-medicate. All right. So Elgen is pleading with Fatima. Fatima's baby, the mystery meat, if you will. The mystery meat in her stomach is making her have stomach issues. If you've ever eaten mystery meat in school or in high school or junior high, you know what I mean as far as stomach issues. Fatima is dealing with the mystery meat, and it's making her break on down.
Oh my God!
I know mystery meat is horrible, y'all. Don't do it. But you probably are an adult now, so you ain't got to do it. But yeah, all right. So Elgen, he's telling Fatima that the baby knows you're supposed to be here. The baby wants this. Fatima's would normally be overpowering him, but not able to because of her weakened state. All right, so that's it. I don't have the part where he pulled her into the room. Hopefully you've seen the episode and you watched that. I wish I would have recorded that. I don't know what happened. But yeah, so Elgen pulls her into the room, the creepy room, and we're going to begin episode 9, maybe where that picks up. Maybe there's more that happens off screen. Who knows? So now we're going to look at the trailer for episode 9, and I'm going to open up the chat. So for all of you all, okay, for all of you all who have wanted the chat opened up, you waited patiently, you've waited 3 hours, okay?
Let's go to some of the comments here in the chat.
Yes. So was Christopher refusing to play the game like Tabitha? It looks like it. It looks like it, Etsy. It looks like it. All right, so 63 people. We're going to open up the floodgates to subscribers who have been subscribed more than 5 minutes. So the floodgates are open, but not completely open. Not to anyone. I know a lot of you all, not a lot, I don't know. Based off my analytics, most people who watch my content are not subscribed. I know a lot of you all are like, I don't want to subscribe. I'm going to hold out for however long you want to hold out. But just know that if you want to comment right now, you got to be subscribed for more than 5 minutes, hate watcher or not. Everybody is appreciated, even those who are critical, because this is all one big family. And I thank you for helping me get to 3K subscribers again. And I like the growth and how things are going. And we are doing it and growing together. All right, so the floodgates are opened. Now we're going to go through the season 3, episode 9 trailer. While I work on this trailer, we're going to listen to a little bit of beautiful beam footage, and then we'll be good to go. If you're enjoying the music, give me a thumb up, subscribe, share if you care. Share if you care. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller so that easier to see. All right. Let's do it. Now we are with the chat opened. Welcome subscribers. Yes, welcome. Catalyst is here, ready to party. Trudilla says, what if Martin is old Ethan? Could be. It would have been nice of Martin to tell us that if that's the case. I mean, he didn't want to say how he knew Julie's name, didn't want to say who was down there in the mine shaft. He didn't want to give us anything. Yeah, he didn't want to give us anything. Yeah, Martin needs to make himself known. But then again, if Martin is an old Ethan, why would he change his name? Why would he change his name? All right, so here we go. Here is the episode 9 trailer.
Fatima is missing.
What?
We know that she's afraid.
I'm trying to protect you.
They think that we don't have what it takes to find her.
What is it? She wants us to follow her.
We proved that this place couldn't break us. Stop! You can either lay down and die, or
You see,
we can say, we're taking our lives back.
did y'all see the nurse creature? Taunting. All right, let's go through this thing without sound. I might bring the sound back on. Yeah, nurse creature up there taunting. They getting more and more menacing. All right, so this is Boyd. We got Boyd, Donna, Jim at the front, leadership positions. Okay, Jim stepped down. Look at Elgin. You know what? Elgin is rolling up. Elgin is rolling up. He probably is not even going to mention, oh, I know where Fatima is. No, he's not going to do that. He's rolling up like he ain't put Fatima in a room. So guilty. So guilty. And so if you can barely see this because it's dark, but it's looking like Fatima is more pregnant than she was in the previous episode. I wish I could make this lighter. Y'all see how round her face is? You see that? What do y'all think? It looks like she's got a rounder face, like she's pregnant, and the baby's eating her, and she's starting to look a little bit, kind of like ragged, like a ragamuffin, looking ragged. What do y'all think? Yeah, Fatima looks bad. Like the baby has aged her. David says Elgin trying to stop Fatima from eating dead, rotten stuff by giving her blood? I don't know. I mean, he did give 3 pints of blood. Maybe it's for the baby. And with her being trapped in the room, she's looking like maybe she's gotten adjusted. That's how it looks to me. Yeah, she looks like, you see her stomach right there? Okay, so Fatima's face isn't looking ragged. Maybe that was just the way it was looking. Let me zoom back in, y'all, to her face. I thought she was looking like a ragamuffin. No, you know what? That was just the graphics, y'all. That was just the graphics. She's not looking like a ragamuffin. Oh, man. Yeah, it's just the graphics, y'all. So, Fatima's cool. I think it's just the baby is kind of eating more of her. They even have it to where she's changed her clothes. Maybe Elgin's bringing her clothes while he has her kidnapped and trapped down there. Yep, you can see the stomach pains. She's grabbing her stomach. She's getting a little bit... to me, she looks bigger. What do y'all think about that? So face is not ragamuffin, but she's looking plumper, which is associated with pregnancy, and she's grabbing her stomach. So she's definitely going through it. She's going through it, y'all. Elgin looks, I guess he's taking care of her. Whoa, why are you shushing? What's the shushing about? Guess who else did the shh? The boy in white, when he first was seen by Ethan, he did the shush. Like, don't say anything. Keep a secret. Maybe she's telling this to Elgin. Telling Elgin, keep it a secret. Like the boy in white did. Don't tell anybody about this. Don't tell anybody about me. It's between me and you. You're my boo. I got you. I love you. Okay? But just the shushing, I think she's telling Elgin this to not tell anybody. And here's the townspeople. I guess she wants him to go back into town and act like nothing's happening. And we see Elgin right here on this shot. He's right there. A mole at this point, if you will. I'm going to do a poll. Do you believe Elgin is a mole now? Do we believe Elgin is a mole, or are you all still like, nah, Elgin, he's a good dude, he's a good boy, he's a good man, he's not a mole, blah, blah, blah. I think it's time to just, Elgin has crossed the threshold, he's officially a mole. We got our mole action. I think we have our mole action. What? Somebody actually put no, Elgin is not a mole? Are you serious? How could, okay. You know what? How can anybody believe that Elgin is not a mole? We just saw in the previous scene that the kimono woman, who's looking like a whole demon, told Elgin, who I believe was Elgin, to shush, don't tell anybody, while he has Fatima in this cellar, kidnapped with this baby, and he's going and listening to them, getting ready to have a search party to look for Fatima, and he's going to be going with them, probably trying to get them off of Fatima's scent. He ain't a mole, y'all. He's not a mole. He is not a mole. Is this what we're doing? Because the next poll I'm going to do is, would you do the same thing as Elgin? That's going to be the next poll. If at least one person is like, no, I do not believe Elgin is a mole now.
And to me, it's crazy.
That's crazy that you all actually believe that. Dude is looking like a whole mole out here. A whole Moliarty. David says Marielle versus Elgin, Music Box Monster versus Kimono Monster. Etsy says Julie and Tabitha are outside, so she's sane, quiet. David says Marielle took the ambulance boxes off Kenny to hide the blood transfusion kits. Marielle working for Music Box Monster. I mean, David, I think we're past the Music Box Monster at this point. I think we're on Kimono Lady. I think it's kimono time. It is kimono's time to shine. However, if you are simping for the Music Box Monster, cool.
Simping activate.
It's all good. It's all good. If it's okay for Elgin to simp for the kimono lady, it is okay to simp for the Music Box Monster, who I think was deceased or unalived. Season 2. It's all good because everybody might not be caught up. Miss T says Elgin will be in trouble when they find out what he did exactly. When they find out that he's a mole. He's a mole, a turncoat, a traitor, saboteur, comrade. If you're against the Russians, he's a comrade. Yeah, he's the Red Hood. If you're Batman. You can think of the boy in white as being Peter Pan, taking away people's children. Because, you know, the story that I think it's Disney that put out about Peter Pan made him all fun and loving. But the folklore Peter Pan was like the Pied Piper taking teddy bears and younglings away to places like Pleasure Island. Okay. Yeah. And, don't put any spoilers about Pinocchio and Pleasure Island as far as the original version, because then we got to go through the whole Diddy, and no, we're not doing all that. We're not doing all that. So I cannot. It's okay. 9 votes. 9 votes out of 61 people. I just want to know who. Like the question is, do you believe Elgin is a mole now? I just want to know who is saying no. Maybe you all are trolling. Maybe you all are trolling because at this point, Elgin to me is a whole mole out here.
Stinky.
All right, back to the trailer. All right, so this is Boyd. He's hyping people, not hyping people up, but getting people motivated. Getting people motivated for the search party. He's doing that. And so now all of a sudden we have one of the ghoulish children. They normally have been in pairs or groups. We got the one. And if you notice how she has the christening outfit associated with children who are being christened. It's dirty because she was living in the cave until she was unalive. She has the mark on her head from being sacrificed. I don't know. This seems kind of creepy that we only see one. What do you have behind your back there? Gesturing with one hand, but got something behind your back. This might be the boy in white, y'all. Yeah, what's behind your back? Tabitha's like, I think she wants us to follow her. Now, Tabitha, you think that she wants you to follow her, but every time the ghoulish children get near you, you're like, no, no, no. Don't touch, don't touch. Tabitha, maybe you should just stop messing with the ghoulish children and listen to Jim as far as that, because you're like, no, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm scared. Tabitha out here looking scared, sounding scared. Craziness. Craziness. Yeah, looking scared, sounding scared. But Tabitha's like, she wants us to come follow her. Let's go follow her. Oh, both of them. So I think who they really want is Julie. They want the mother and daughter. And what if we find out that Christopher was selected or the chosen one, and it's not Tabitha anymore because Tabitha failed. Tabitha failed. Yeah, Tabitha failed. She failed. And now they're after Julie because she time traveled, and that could be a nuisance to their plan. And this is now we saw this in the previous trailer of the kimono woman being over Fatima. I guess we're going to see it this episode. I don't know. All right, so we're going to listen to this part as far as the volume. This is the boy in white right here. This is Victor chopping at the bottle's faraway tree, which is a faraway tree, and listen to this. Listen to this.
Stop!
That's a grown man voice. So the boy in white probably couldn't control himself, and that's a whole grown man voice. So C. Brooks says he's not a mole. He tried to help the bus not coming from land. But that was season 2. Season 3, he's kidnapping people. He's lying. He's being deceptive. He's stealing. He's not revealing the truth about where he's been. Not telling people what he's up to. Joining the search party. Right now, Elgin is no different than someone who breaks in your house, that you know, someone who breaks in your house, steals your stuff, and then comes around later on when you find the carnage and helps you look for it. So Michael in the house, thank you for being a channel member. Thank you. Salute to Michael and other channel members. Enjoy your wrench. So Michael asks or says, maybe Nkui was a savior character in the story the kids were told. Maybe when they say Nkui, they're calling that character from the story. Could be. That's a really good point. It would make sense. Like, come save us. And Nkui maybe like summoning this character, such as when people look in the mirror and say Candyman and all that. That's a really good point. That's a really good point.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a really good point that's been brought up. That's awesome. And you know what? I can rock with that.
Breaking news.
Yeah, and so breaking news, I think Michael has a really good theory there that they're saying Nkui. I'm thinking it's a language. Other people are saying that it means, I guess, remember or something. I've heard that in the comment section. But it could also be them calling out for help, calling out for a savior, calling out for someone to save me. Like someone may call out Superman. So that's a really good point. I like that. Yeah. David says, BS, you were describing a junkie, not Elgen. Elgen has been acting like a junkie, though. He's stealing and lying, kidnapping people. He did it on like one episode, episode 8. He's done all that on one episode, and he's taking direction from a Polaroid. From a Polaroid camera. And he's taking direction from a woman who looks like this. I mean, think about it. Would you really take direction from a woman who looks like this? Even if you are simping.
Simping activate.
Even if you are simping and you're a ladies' man, you are a male feminist, you are a superhero, you want to save the day. Could you really take advice and direction from that thing? I mean, her face alone, looking dead inside, just looking dead inside. She looks like Gargamel. Looks like Freddy Krueger in the face. How can you follow Freddy Krueger in the face? How? Freddy Krueger in the face. Freddy Krueger. Looking like she has not drunk water in years. Dehydrated. She's dried up in the sun like a raisin. This is raisin face lady. How can you follow that? David says that's racist. David, look at kimono. Look at the kimono lady. Look at the kimono lady. Seriously, you know what? David's trolling, y'all. David is trolling. It's half of you out of 14 votes believe that Elgen is not a mole. We're gonna end it right there. I want to know, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Would you listen to and follow directions from the kimono? Let me spell kimono correctly. can't spell. Up here trying to do kimono. Can't even spell kimono correctly. Y'all, sometimes we can pass the spelling bee, sometimes we can't. Sometimes we can't pass the spelling bee, y'all. All right. Had a brain fart for a moment. So K-I-M-O-N-A. K-I-M-O-N-A. Yeah. From Kimono Lady. Would you listen to and follow directions from Kimono Lady? Let's start a poll. And you know what? If a lot of you all said yes, I would follow the Kimono Lady, despite the fact that Christopher has said in the same episode, talking to the boy in white who we all know and love, talking to the boy in white, you're a liar. Everything here lies. Everything, including kimono. In my opinion. Including kimono. Christopher has said everything lies. You're a liar to the boy in white. But we're going to follow the kimono. If enough people say, I am with kimono, I rock with kimono, I will gladly apologize and walk it back. David says, look like my grandma. Kimono lady, really? Wow. Well, you know what? I apologize. That if your grandmother looks like the kimono lady, like you're saying, I apologize. I don't want to come off and be offensive. I was thinking the kimono lady kind of looked unnatural, but I believe you, and I'm going to end the poll. Because I don't want to come off as being insensitive, we're cracking jokes. There's no A in kimono. I messed up with spelling. I looked it up and still messed it up. So I looked it up, still messed it up, and I don't want to come off as insensitive. Right? It's K-I-M-O-N-O. So my bad, y'all. Had a brain fart. Sometimes with multitasking, brain doesn't work. So I apologize, David. I don't want to be offensive and come off as insensitive. Being sincere at this moment, if because your grandmother looks like the kimono lady, I don't want to come off as being offensive. David says, "You the man." Well, I appreciate that, but I didn't mean to offend you or be offensive. I'm thinking you're being sincere. I'm being sincere. I don't want to disrespect anybody. That's not my intention with this. This is a family show. It's entertainment, but I'm not trying to bully anyone or get a laugh at anyone's expense. The motivational misfit says Kimono Lady is probably the only one telling the truth. Even the monsters can change their face. She can't. That's an interesting point. That is an interesting point, and we'll see. We'll see if Elgen, who has told Fatima, you're pregnant, but the baby is not yours. We'll see if the Kimono Lady helps Fatima give birth, and what does she do with the baby? Because if what I said in the beginning of the stream is correct, and Fatima is giving birth to evil, and Kimono Lady takes this evil baby and gives it to the entity, to the creatures, gives it to evil people or evil things, then the intention is to give birth to something evil. And I would think that if the Kimono Lady is telling the truth, that they'll be able to go home. That means season 4, they should be going home. I'm thinking that, like what Christopher said, talking to the boy in white, you're a liar. Everything lies here, including the Kimono Lady. I think the kimono lady is playing for the other side, like the boy in white, the man in yellow, the creatures, the cicadas, the music box monster. Nothing can be trusted, and that the goal for everyone to go home is to actually go back in time and prevent the ritual that created Fromville in the first place. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Now, you all might be like, I think Kimono Lady, she might have the same agenda to help us go home and free us. If so, cool. Cool. So Elgen is trying to save Fatima. So will Fatima survive this birth? Hopefully she does. Hopefully she does. And I guess it would be saving Fatima to help her give birth. That's an interesting point. It's an interesting point. Like, Fatima's got to give birth. She's got to do this, or this evil baby inside of her is going to unalive her. So I didn't think about it like that. That is a good point. So I guess Fatima's at a threshold where she's got to do this even though she doesn't understand. That is an interesting point. But I will say this much. Here's the devil's advocate part of it, or portion of it. If Fatima gives birth to something that is evil and is going to make things harder in Fromville, is it worth it to save Fatima? Is it worth it to not take Fatima's life before she gives birth? And let me just explain. I mentioned this of Boyd, that I believe that Boyd's journey is to go from trying to keep everyone safe and making sure everyone can go home to beating the other side and winning, even if you have to have collateral damage. So Elgen may be doing more harm than good by trying to save Fatima. Elgen may, in turn, be giving the evil side another piece on their side of the chessboard. Kind of like your queen gets captured, your pawn, the baby in Fatima's stomach, goes all the way to the end and then becomes a queen again. Now the other side that lost a queen gets a queen back. So even though you save Fatima, the other side gets a powerful piece for their side of the chessboard, which is going to increase the chance of you being checkmated or losing. So is it worth it to save Fatima and to give birth to this baby that's not Fatima's? Or is it worth it to sacrifice Fatima to prevent the other side from getting a piece on their chessboard? So I'm going to present that as a poll. Okay, I'm going to present that as a poll. Here's the poll. Here's the poll. Should the town's people sacrifice Fatima? So, yes, sacrifice or unalive Fatima before she gives birth. No, let her give birth so we can keep Fatima, keep her safe. Whatever comes out of her, we'll deal with it down the road. I want to know what your thoughts are. I want to know what your thoughts are. Even though I've laid out my argument, you all may feel differently, that I love Fatima. I love Mary Jane. Fatima's a good person. I don't want to sacrifice Fatima. And if that's the way you're going, nothing wrong with that. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. Just know that they may be dealing with a worse evil than what they're dealing with right now. David says, yeah, but there should have been blood transfusion kits, and Marielle, Johnny on the spot, hid them. She did hide them. But I'm pretty sure she would have given them to people or used them if it was medically necessary. Because by Elgen taking that Y blood transfusion kit with just the tube, he's taking supplies from someone in town who could use it that they need it for to help keep people in town alive. He used that on himself to get blood for this demon baby, this demon spawn. Yeah, just even the name Demon Spawn sounds bad. Even the name Demon Spawn sounds bad. So I've already tainted the well as far as being unbiased. But yeah, even just the name Demon Spawn sounds bad. Just hearing that you're pregnant, but it's not yours, and I guess you were violated. That's a tough pill to swallow. It's a tough pill to swallow. David says Music Box told Marielle to hide them. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. And that was season 2. Interesting. All right, so back to the trailer. The boy in white uses his big boy voice after Victor is chopping down the tree. Yeah, the big boy voice. Let's listen again. Stop. Wow. Yeah, Victor stopped in his tracks because the boy in white has never sounded like that before. And now he walks off. With a fist balled up. He's showing signs of anger. What happens when he gets real angry? Does he turn yellow? Man in yellow? This is very interesting. Fist balled up. Yeah, fist balled up right there. Even has it behind him. He's not even hiding. He's trying to hide the anger. That's what I'm believing and perceiving. But I think he turned around and walked off. Maybe his face changed and he didn't want Victor to see his real face, how he really looks. Maybe he's losing control of his powers because he's getting emotional. Normally, he's the one above all. He doesn't want to let it slip that he's also or really is the one below all. The one below all is a reference to the MCU. The one below all gives the Hulk his powers, the Incredible Hulk. I digress. Interesting, y'all. You see that fist? He's walking off like a G. And look at this. Y'all see that quick? It's a quick blink and you miss it. A quick blink and you miss it. This looks like... Is this Elgen? With a firearm? What? Whoa. Y'all, let me slow this down. Y'all see this? Do you all see this? Do you all see what I see? Whoa! She is gesturing. Now, this is normally what you gesture to, like, you know, take yourself out. But she may be telling him to take somebody out inside. But I think she's probably gesturing that for him to do it to himself. Interesting. So the creatures could be on the different side than the kimono lady, or she could be gesturing for him to do that to somebody inside. I guess we'll have to wait and see. And today is Monday. We got at least 6 days left. 6 whole days. Let me see if we have any promotional material shots. Sometimes we may have some promotional material shots where we can get some more insight, even though the trailers and the promotional material has actually been misleading as far as getting answers. So while we do that, let you all enjoy some theory music. And keep on voting, keep on voting. Right now it's looking like, should the townspeople sacrifice Fatima? 71% say no. 29% yes. A lot of you all want her to give birth to the demon spawn. Wow. Or, so David Mills says, that's Boyd, right? You think it's Boyd? It could be Boyd. It's a side view. It's kind of hard to see. It would make, you know what? It would make more sense if it is Boyd, because he does have a firearm, and so does Acosta. Elgen doesn't have a firearm, so maybe she's taunting Boyd. And that makes more sense if it's Boyd with the firearm and that he's in the sheriff's station. So, you know what? Good catch about that. Michael. Don't do it. Michael. She is a creature of the night. Wow.
Simping activate.
Wow. Creature of the night. She's cute now, but when you open the window or open the door, she turns into a beast. Don't do it. Don't get weak, y'all. Don't get weak. Don't get weak in the knees, because you'll open the door, take down the talisman, and then all of a sudden they're clawing you out, treating you like Jasmine treated Kevin. Don't make me do a poll asking you all, would you repeat what Kevin did and open up the window for a kiss and then she rips out your tongue? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Slayer.
Yeah, I know, right? Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Alright, let's see. Have the link. You know what? I'm going to play some more of the theory using looking for the link. For the link. I think this is this link right here. Oh, we are in love, y'all. We are in love. We have the press photo of the marathon. We're at 4 hours mark. Told you this would be a long one. At the 4 hour mark, thank you all for hanging with me. 63 viewers, 71 likes. More likes than viewers. It's probably because the hate watchers dropped off. Uh-oh, my mic's getting messed up. Audio raspy and echoes. Audio's weird. Crap. Let me fix this. Hold on now. Audio's weird. Crap. All right, check, mic check, mic check, 1 2 1 2. All right, check, mic check, mic check, 1 2 1 2. All right, we should be good now. I had to reset. Had to reset. It's all good. I may end up, yeah. Yeah, just to tell you, just to give you too much information, TMI, I'm going to get a better voice interface than the Focusrite. I think it's Generation 3 Solo. If you all look that up, you'll see it's an older one. The last one I threw away. This one got reset. Hopefully that holds true, and I may try to get one, I guess, tonight. While it's Veterans Day, maybe they have a discount or something on a better model. It's crazy. It's Generation 3 Solo. If you all look that up, you'll see it's an older one. Yeah, so we're good. Crazy had the mic messed up. So yeah, it is what it is. But we're back. We're back in business. We're back. And guess what we have? Guess what, Buttercup? We have the promo pictures for episode 9. Yes, yes, and yes. Etsy says, sounds good. Appreciate it. David says, I got to fix my mic. Yeah, I got to fix well, it's not my mic. The microphone is fine. The cord is fine. It's just the voice interface that's the problem. It is the voice interface. It's a cheaper model. At the time, it was good. Anyway, as long as we're good, I'll get back on track with the broadcast. All right, so this is Victor looking outside. I don't know what he could be looking at. But it's looking like he... Uh-oh. It's looking like... Whoa. He said, still bad, you good. Let me double check. I don't know what he could be looking at. But it's looking like he... What? David, you're trolling. Sounds good to me. But, let me know in the comment section, y'all, if I'm having mic issues. And then if I'm still having issues... Ooh. Trudilla, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, so, yeah, we're not going to be insulting anybody or bullying or anything like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, so it's looking... So based off of this shot, Victor's throwing a tambourine outside of the window. Maybe he was trying to play an instrument or something. I don't know, but he got frustrated with that. This is Donna talking to Acosta. Maybe they're doing the whole search party. Yeah, they're searching it together. I've been said they need to get more Donna action into the forest. They finally got Donna in the forest. It took long enough. It took long enough. Well, Acosta's not going to switch out the fit because she's a cop. That's her identity. Her identity is being a police officer all day, every day. Even when she sleeps, she's got the uniform on. Even when she takes a shower, she's got the uniform on. She goes on a date with the uniform. She goes to church in the uniform. She does ballroom dancing in the uniform. And she probably... I gotta do it. It's a family show, but I gotta do it. Gotta do it, y'all. Gotta do it. In the uniform. All of that in the uniform. Just saying. Just saying. All right, so let's keep going. All right, so Jim, he's in there with the fam bam. They're having dinner in the diner. Bacta has opened the diner back up. Okay. Smelling foul. Yeah. Oh, I'm talking about Victor. What? Okay, never mind. I'm doing something wrong. Heard the backwards 2s and 7s are a music thing. So are the bottle tree numbers the song? They could be. Maybe they are. That would suck because I said that they were coordinates on a or directions on a compass. They were, see, what else did I say? Maybe years. But to be numbers on a song, that would just be dumb. That would be dumb. I don't know. Well, you know what? I'm not going to say it's dumb. Maybe it's... I mean, it would be kind of it'd be equivalent to like Legends of Zelda with Link, if you're all familiar with that game where he plays the flute and stuff happens because he plays musical notes. So, you know, I could see that. I could see that. I mean, if we're doing whole, like, you know, it is science fiction, which, like, I guess it could have elements of fantasy, and people use music notes of like Open Sesame to open doors and stuff, and you know, Agatha all along, they were singing to get to the Witch's Road, which turned out to be different than what they thought and what we thought. So I could see that. So poll is looking like, should the townspeople sacrifice Fatima? 63% say no and this is 27 votes. So 27 people voted, 55 people watching. Out of 27 votes, 63% say no, do not sacrifice Fatima. Let her give birth to the Antichrist. Wow. Interesting. Okay. So diner's back up in memory of Tien Chen Lu. Rest in peace. More shots of that. Hopefully, Julie's... Is that Julie? Wait a minute. Hold up, y'all. Is that Julie? Or Sarah? Probably Julie. Probably Julie. All right, so they eating. Ethan gets up, says something interesting based off of Jim's face. It's something that's nice. Jim is proud of his son. That's cool. That is cool. Bacta smiling. Okay, happy days. Having a sense of hope. Normalization. Maybe this is before they did the search party for Fatima. Okay. It is Julie. Julie's still moody. She's still moody. Looking at her dad, looking moody. Okay. Tabitha kind of has somewhat of a smile, just a little bit. Maybe Jim is listening, taking Henry's advice. Okay. Interesting. Wait a minute. If you notice, let's go back. Let's go back. Okay. It looks like Tabitha has scooted over. You see how it's an empty booth right there? In this next shot, maybe this is before Jim showed up. Yeah, so this is probably before Jim showed up. She's right there at the edge of the booth, protecting her side. She probably scoots over when she sees Jim. Jim's sitting down, okay. The fam bams together. Everyone looks nice. Normalization. I like it. Okay. Happy days. Julie's probably talking about her adventure. Alice in Wonderland, and going through time travel. Okay, here goes the scene of the search party. This must take place after the shots that we just saw. Okay. This is them searching. And I think Boyd is using the bell to get people together for the search party. Unless they've been searching and he's like, it's time to pack it up. We don't know. He said, Julie looks pissed. Yeah, he does. Oh, David says he failed music class. Sorry about that. Okay, more of the search party. We see the house in the background that's been toppled over. Probably from the man in yellow, boy in white. Okay, more of the search party. People are probably giving him pushback. Why look for Fatima if she's guilty? This is what I'm thinking. They're like, okay, you want us to search for Fatima, but Fatima took out Tilly. If Fatima's in the woods and she's missing and the creatures got her, maybe it works itself out. What do y'all think? That's what I'm thinking they're saying. That's what I would say anyway. All right. Get some more. Oh, this is Elgen. He emerges up. He looks proud. Well, he doesn't look proud, but he's looking around, making sure no one sees him. Maybe he either left the cellar or going back to the cellar to check on Fatima. Okay, everybody's looking forward. It's looking like they're looking up. Wonder what they could be looking at. And so the fact that Tabitha's got Ethan kind of like in a kind of protective position, I think they're seeing Victor throwing the trampoline out the window. Okay. Tabitha is up close. Uh-oh. Based off that face. I don't know. Ethan must have said something to Jim. Talking crap. Who knows? So somehow Julie and Tabitha split up from everybody else. Maybe Julie wants to have a heart-to-heart with Tabitha. I'm sorry for being a total itch. Or I heard you in the cave. I was down there. Let me tell you what happened. Boyd is reassuring Ellis. Everything's going to be okay with Fatima. I'm just guessing. Okay. All this is a theory. This is not spoilers. I'm just guessing based off these press photos. I don't know. This is all a theory. I'm just guessing. Okay. Just guessing. Miss T says people will want to see Fatima get punished. Yes, they will. Like Donna said, they looked the other way with Sarah. They accepted it. But Fatima, they're going to be out for blood because everybody liked Tilly. Everybody liked Tilly. Somebody probably going to say, I was supposed to have my tarot card reading, but now, thanks to Fatima, I can't even do that. Can't even do that.
Yikes. Yikes.
So David says, like when Sarah had the seizure, did she astral project play music, jukebox songs? Could be. We don't know. Could be. Miss T, share info with your bottle tree mom. Yeah, share the info. Okay, so Kenny, maybe he's going to Boyd and saying something like the people are wanting to leave Fatima out there. Maybe he's saying that. I don't know. Uh-oh, look at this. What do y'all think? What do you think Elgin is saying to Ellis, and what is Ellis saying to Elgin? They both got their hands in their pockets. Maybe Elgin is questioning people like, where were you last night? Where were you yesterday? Where were you? I'm thinking that's what Ellis is doing, is questioning people. I hope so. Where were you, bruh? Homie to homie. Where were you? You good? Where were you? You look tired. You look like you've been fighting. What's up with you? Elgin is in the nastiest of pockets, foul behavior. That's what I'm saying. A lot of you all were like, okay, should the townspeople sacrifice Fatima? Okay, more people voting. 58% still say no. The next poll is going to be, should they unalive Elgin for what he's done? Elgin looks confused. I don't know. He looks like a little bit like, I don't know. He looks kind of agitated. I don't think confused. I think he looks agitated, and Elgin's looking agitated. I don't know. I'm thinking agitation. See, I don't like the way this looks. Maybe Elgin lied, and Ellis is thinking something's got to be up. I don't know. Okay, this has got to be another bottle tree. So they must have found a house with another bottle tree. Or you know what? Maybe this is behind the place that they were at, and Jade has hung the bottle trees up. That makes more sense. Jade has hung the bottle trees up based off the book he has, because he had the illustration inside of whatever that place is called. Maybe he arranged the bottle trees in a type of configuration to see what he can make as far as heads or tails. That's what I'm thinking. Fatima isn't your girl, Elgin. Elgin, you know what? Elgin saying, Fatima's with me. I took your chick. He definitely did take her, though, y'all. All right, yeah. Jade looking frustrated. Okay. Julie and Tabitha may be going to the place where Julie had popped up at when she and Victor were escaping Colony House when they had the invasion, when Kevin opened the window for Jasmine Creature and then Jasmine invited all her friends. Maybe they discover Fatima. Yeah. They may discover Fatima because it's open. Interesting. Are y'all gonna go inside? Okay, they're hugging. Probably Julie talked about being in the cave. They're looking. Henry is helping Jade with this puzzle, with this mystery of the bottles. I don't know what Donna's doing here. I don't know. Donna looks horrified. I don't know, y'all. Boyd might be doing some more lying. More trying to buy Fatima time. Who knows? Julie and Tabitha's hair fully matches now? Yeah, it does. So Donna is pointing to her sister, I think, referencing her sister, which is why she's right by the picture. Maybe she's saying that I felt bad when I lost my sister, but I learned to let go. That's what I'm thinking Donna is saying to Boyd right now. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. And yes, I'm turning my own camera off. I'm like blowing my nose and doing a bunch of other stuff I don't want y'all seeing. So I don't want y'all worried about that. All right, so anyway. Yeah, Boyd looking like he explaining stuff. I don't know. Boyd's already been lying. He's already crossed the threshold of being a liar. Not looking too good for Boyd. More pleading. Maybe Kenny is stopping something that's going on. Uh-oh, somebody's losing their stuff. So Kenny is telling somebody, and it looks like Kenny has a firearm. Maybe he's back to being a deputy. Somebody may have picked up a knife or something, because we even have Acosta drawing her weapon. Okay. This person got the hands out like, hey. Everybody, so we got a crowd. Who are they talking to? What? Y'all. That might be it, y'all. That might be it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, y'all see that? You see how it's supposed to be revelations, but it says reflections in the press material. You know what that means? They probably changed the title of the episode last minute to Revelations. I'm thinking that, let me check on something right quick. Let me double check something. Matter of fact, while I do that, we're going to have a quick commercial break brought to you by our sponsors, which is you. All right, all right, all right. Right now, we currently have 54 people watching, enough likes for me to not hound you all about the likes. And according to the poll, I think enough of you all have had enough time to vote. You all are saying that 59% of 37 votes says no. The townspeople should not sacrifice Fatima. Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Wow.
Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. And you know what's funny? I said I was going to check on something. I didn't do that. Let me do it now. Hold on. Let me let you listen to some theory music and I'll come right back. Okay, I'm done. So yeah, it's Revelations, but on the press material it says Reflections. So to me, what that means is they might not be revealing anything part one. Just because it's called Reflections on the press material and they change it to Revelations for the actual episode. I think they changed it to Revelations to make us want to watch. But what they don't know is a lot of us are obsessed. So we're going to watch regardless. So they could have had the name exactly like the episode is intended to be, but we'll see. We will see. Mm-hmm.
Let's just say it didn't work out. I mean, listen, people been part of flops before, and then they just come back, you know? It happens.
Yes, it does. All right, so currently, right now, let me see. We're going to...
And people being part of flops.
Gonna pop out this chat. Ending this good old poll. All right, all right, all right. So, I tired, y'all. I'm tired. This was a marathon. This was a marathon. We're on the cusp of 5 hours. I've got one more thing left. This is the home stretch, and I'm going to take it off of. I'm taking it off of subscriber mode, and it's going to be everybody. So that means, yes, if you're not subscribed and you want to troll, do so. Do so if you dare. David, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, David. I appreciate the support. All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. David holding me down. David is holding me down, y'all. All right, so on the last stretch of this thing, and I told the members they'd be able to call in today. Y'all, I'm tired. I'm tired, y'all. So here's what I'm gonna do. Because normally I do a kind of like a Monday or Tuesday stream for promotional material and the and trailer. We've done that during this marathon stream. I'm gonna give a breakdown of what I think From is about so far. Even though I kind of mentioned it in the beginning, I'm going to kind of give more of an analysis of that, or not really analysis, but kind of capping it off, if you will, as far as what I think From is all about up to this point. And then I'm going to do a call-in stream for the members. Not tonight, not right now. I'm tired. I'm tired, y'all. We getting ready to do 5 hours. I'm tired, y'all. Because if you do call in, it'll be you talking basically to yourself, and I'll just be here like, man, I'm tired. I don't want to do that to y'all. I don't want to do that to y'all. So I'm going to give you all a members only stream. It'll be public for members, and I'll do that. That way you all can weigh in on what you think everything is. We'll have a back and forth. I may use StreamYard. I'll do that sometime this week. That'll be like my I'll see if the members want it to be a members only stream, or if you all want it to be a public stream with members only chat, at least in the beginning of the call-in show. And based off how you vote, we'll play it by ear. So you know what? I'll do that right now while I'm thinking about it. I'll do it right now for the members for a call-in show. Remember the members. All right, so and this is for the members will see this on the members tab. So what I like about channel membership, I think in the future I'm gonna get a Patreon, so that way I don't have to rely on YouTube, because I want to kind of get away from being reliant on YouTube for reasons dealing with, they kind of, you just never know with YouTube. They're kind of flip-floppy and whatnot. But right now, channel membership is good. So on the channel member tab, you'll see it there. The question will say, and this is a text poll, for the call-in, do you want to do a members live where only members can hear and maybe see you? Yes. No. No. Public stream members chat. Yes. Members only, so we can keep it private. And the third option will be don't care. And then that's the third option. The fourth option is going to be no call-in. Some people might be on that. So that's for the members. You'll see it on the members section. If anybody wants to be a part of the call-in for the members, join the channel membership. Join it. I don't know when I'm going to have it. I'm going to have it sometime this week. Hopefully. It's Monday, so it should be enough time in this week to be able to do it. It'll be a members only live. For a call-in show, you can call in using your actual phone or with StreamYard. I prefer StreamYard so everybody can be on there together and everybody kind of converse and stuff, and we can kind of keep a members thing going. If it's a public stream for members, it'll be public where everybody can see you. If you have your camera on, everybody can hear you, and it'll be just members chatting, members on the panel, but the public will be able to see it. If you join a channel membership, we could do that type of thing right there. So as if you join a channel membership. So 44 people watching, still hanging in. All right, so here is what I believe From is all about. Thank you, David. I really appreciate it. All right, so this is just kind of wrapping it up while we get close to a little bit south of the 5-hour mark. Let's see. So after watching season 3, episode 8, right now we currently have some plot holes. And then I'll round out my analysis after that. So one plot hole is, how did Miranda know, or why does she believe that the bottle tree always went to the lighthouse if Christopher was the chosen one? Was she able to go through the bottle tree herself and know that? Or did she get like a vision? Did she have a somewhat of a outer body experience where she astro projected? How? Oh, what's going on, Etsy? Goodnight. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Did Miranda astro project and she saw other people go through, or people in the past who were chosen ones? Because Henry said that Miranda was chosen, but we see that based off what Victor was saying, Christopher was chosen. So what's up with that? I may have a theory about that, but right now, more to follow. Why was Jasper appearing to Jade and screaming if it was the boy in white the whole time? Is the boy in white evil? Next is, why was Victor scared of Jasper in the cave if Jasper really hasn't been doing anything negative based off what Victor has been telling us? So the items in the cave belong to the original townspeople to have somewhat a normal life while the children were raised in the caves? ? So were the items in the cave belonging to the original townspeople to have somewhat a normal life while the children were raised in the caves? I think it was me answering my own question. I think it was to somewhat hide their personal effects from people who may have wandered into the town looking for the children, to make it seem like people deserted the town while they were in the cave waiting for the children to become maybe age 7 to be sacrificed. And also to give the children some type of normalization, even though they were in the cave. And now we know that's the reason why the children were pale. Not because they were sacrificed or unalived, but because they hardly ever got any vitamin D since they were in the cave living there until they were sacrificed. The ghoulish children are all wearing white clothing. Those are christening outfits from the 1930s. And that kind of goes with the mid-century outfits, archetypes of the creatures. All of the creatures look like they came from the 1930s. And in the 1930s, that's when there was the Great Depression. And that would kind of make sense if what I'm saying is true, that of why they'd be desperate to listen to a stranger, make promises, and that's the reason why, in my opinion, they would be easy to manipulate, especially if they're hungry. It's the Great Depression. The mining was deactivated because maybe it was nothing fruitful with the mine. It just became a regular cave. And when it was deactivated, the town's starving. They're going hungry. No money coming in. No prospects anywhere because it's the Great Depression. They may have been desperate for a savior. And the first person that came along, who was the stranger, who was it, the man in yellow, boy in white, whatever, made a bunch of promises that were lies, including if you sacrifice children, you could have everlasting life. And I think that's the reason why we have what we have in Fromville. Etsy says the children were playing on the merry-go-round, wearing normal clothes and looking happy. They weren't raised in the cave. And so I think those may have been possibly children who were in the town, not necessarily the ones who were kidnapped, because and it could be the ones that were kidnapped. It could be the ones that were kidnapped that were in town at one point, and they were kidnapped and then maybe further raised in the cave. But I think the ghoulish children look pale because they were in the cave. And I think the same way how Elgen took Fatima into that secret room, that's how they were taking pregnant women into the secret room for the women to give birth. And maybe somehow they went from that back secret room into the cave to do their ritual. So maybe the children were originally on the merry-go-round, normal kids, and as the kids were becoming kidnapped, being put into that secret room, maybe that's how they got down there. Or maybe they also took pregnant women. I don't know. But I do think that the children from the town, somehow, some way, whether from a pregnant woman or being in the town playing around, they were kidnapped, taken to the caves, and they were there, and they were unalived. And the reason why I don't think it was any children from the town is because the children are saying Nkui and Kui, which I believe means that they were not taught language. So they may have been kind of taught certain words, but I don't think they were necessarily educated. I think someone loved them and told them a story, but I don't think that they received enough love to be formally educated, which is why they're in the christening outfits. Maybe they were in the christening outfits only when they were unalived. I mean, who knows? But the fact that they were pale like that, they didn't get any sunlight. And I've only seen Caucasian ghoulish children. So that's where I'm going with that as far as with the ghoulish children. Etsy says, could it be the children were sacrificed by their parents? I was thinking that at first, but the fact the boy in the white, who may be a liar, according to Christopher, he lies. I'm thinking that then the children, when the boy in white told the story to Christopher, instead of saying that they were unalived by people they loved, the boy in white would describe them being unalived by their parents. So I'm thinking it should be their parents, but then I'm also thinking that the reason why they weren't described as being sacrificed by their parents, that these are people that they loved, but not necessarily who were related to them. I mean, we'll see. Hopefully Revelations 1 and 2 gives us context of that. But right now I'm thinking that there's no parental connection, because if it was, the boy in white would have said so, or would have said that. But then again, it could be that the townspeople sacrificed their children. It would make more sense if they sacrificed their own children versus kidnapping random ones in town. It would make more sense as far as that. And so the massacre happened. Why hide from Christopher? We just heard from Victor that Christopher may have been one of the good guys. So why was Victor supposed to be hiding from Christopher? Because Victor even said Christopher was his friend. But then again, Victor is an unreliable narrator, so you can't take anything he says for factual. All of us got to have a grain of salt. So it's weird. It's really weird. So I don't know. All right. So, and then if the massacre happened, let's say in the 1930s, which is connected with the christening outfit of the children and the mid-century clothing of the creatures, then why do we have a Confederate soldier, a Union soldier, and Confederate soldiers involved in this mix, plus a colonist? Why do we have him in the mix as well? Maybe the ritual has been tried before and somebody stopped that ritual from happening, and it was like a rinse and repeat with people who were more modern after it was thwarted or ended with the colonists and ended with the Civil War soldiers. But we saw in Jade's hallucination, or maybe Jade time traveled, I don't know. Jade touched the tree when he and Jim were working on the radio. Jade touched the tree, the symbol appeared, blood went down to his hand where the symbol was. Jade looked up, he saw the Confederate soldiers dismembered, hanging upside down, blood coming down, which I think is a part of a ritual. And we see the Union soldier start to engage Jade with a firearm. So if the ritual was with the original townspeople and most of them looking like they're from the 1930s, what's up with the colonists? What's up with the Civil War people? Were the original creatures maybe farther back in time and they were unalived or something? Who knows? Who knows? It's just that all of the creatures seem to speak modern English. So they couldn't be coming from Britain because, you know, the colonists were coming from England. They're coming from England. So they're sounding English. So none of the creatures sound English. They sound like normal, modern English. So I don't know. We need answers for that for Revelations. Hopefully we get that. So in conclusion of this, so Just Me says it was done by people they loved and trusted. So I imagine who other than the parents. I mean, children can love anyone who is not their parent. Let's say a child gets human trafficked or kidnapped. They may be with their captors for a long period of time where they start to love their captors, like you all were saying with the, I forgot that already. It was some type of syndrome, Stockholm syndrome. So they may have developed Stockholm syndrome and they started to love their captors. Just Me says, if there are 7 stones in the tunnels, what's with the 3 stones at the cabins? So I think the 3 stones at the cabins were like sacrifice stones, which may be separate from the stone slabs in the cave. So we may be dealing with multiple stories, multiple plot points, and by the end of this season, we may wrap up one plot line or storyline, like how last time it was with the music box monster, the cicadas, that was like one storyline. Now we may be dealing with another storyline of the bottle tree and with the something going on with the creatures. And the next storyline may be with the sacrifice stones, the man in yellow, and so on and so forth. That's what I'm thinking. I could be wrong though, of course. So I think that mental illness weakens the body or destroys the mind, similar to physical illness, which weakens or destroys the body. And so with mental illness weakening and destroying the mind, that's preventing a lot of people from being able to use their gifts or their powers and abilities. And so Christopher and Tabitha were selected by the boy in white. That's what I'm thinking so far with that. I think Miranda, Ethan, Tabitha, Julie, Marielle, Randall, Christopher, and Sarah can astral project, but because of mental illness, it's not as strong. But with Julie, she's dealing with stuff, but she's not as bad as everyone else. And that's why she's able to go to the ruins and actually time travel, so to speak, because maybe her mental illness is not as bad as everyone else. After the children turned to ghouls, they became so imposter to the big bad that he has the monsters guarding them in the caves. I think that the ghoulish child that we saw in the cave, I think that was a hallucination of how they were in the past. Because if you go back and watch that, I could be wrong, but if you go back and watch that, the ghoulish child in the cave, I didn't see a gash on his head. Let me see if I got a screenshot of that or a picture. Let me see. I don't remember seeing a gash on the head, which is associated with a sacrifice. me see. Yeah, it's coming up. It's coming up in a minute. Yeah, it's going real slow, but it's coming up in a minute. Tabitha's creeping over there to the jail. Victor is spazzing out. See? There's no gash. Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot. It's a blink and you miss it. Yeah. That's the best we can do. I'll do another screenshot. We're going to compare it to the ghoulish children that we normally see. So this is how the ghoulish children were lived. This is how the children were living before they were sacrificed. See, this is a girl too. All right, so there's that. Let me find a regular. I thought they had a picture just lying around. This is crazy. I'm going to spend a few more seconds on this, and you just got to believe me that the ghoulish children have a slash in their head. All right, finally found one, y'all. Crazy. You would think I would have this stuff just laying around. All right. All right, you see right there, y'all? That's the slash. That's his slash. They're all in the head. When they were laying on the slabs, let me get a slab photo. When they were on the slabs and they were sacrificed, they were like hitting the head. All right, so here is the slab photo. When they're on. You all may remember me doing the video where I talked about how their heads. Matter of fact, ooh. Maybe you all remember me doing the video. Maybe you're new and you don't remember me covering it. But I was saying that on the slabs, the way the children are presented or laid out, it's as if somebody is on the outside doing something to their heads, a part of the sacrifice. And that's why their heads are on the outside like that. Like someone's walking around, or maybe people are standing behind them doing the slashing of the heads. And that's where earlier I played the soundbite where they're like, hold my hand. They're holding each other's hands while they're getting slashed, while they're looking up, singing cooey and cooey, looking for a savior, manipulating the roots. But notice here, there's no slash, no slash, no slash. And this is looking like a girl. Or maybe this person, maybe this is this kid right here. I don't know. But you notice that they're pale. They don't get a lot of sunlight. They're missing hair because they're not really being fed properly. They're kept in those makeshift cave jails the entire time. All right, let's see what y'all been saying while I've been playing around with looking for these pictures. That's Eloise. Who's Eloise? Who is Eloise now? Are we doing the whole Eloise as Tabitha? And you think this? You think the person in the jail is Eloise? Could be. Could be. I'm gonna pull up a picture of Eloise. Shouldn't take me that long. Eloise is not that hard to find, unlike the ghoulish. The way we're talking about Eloise is like, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? All right, let me find a spot up here for Eloise. Let's see. I'll put Eloise right here in this box. We'll move you down a little bit. Okay, so I seen someone put that's Eloise. I'm hoping that the Eloise is maybe on the screen. So who is Eloise? The girl from Tabitha's Dream could be one of the kids. Could be. I gotta pull. Okay, let me pull her up too. We pulling up the Brady Bunch. All right, I'm gonna pull up one of the kids. Let's see. I got a screenshot somewhere. Let me get that. Let me find that. Let me find. Okay, so here is, I guess, Tabitha as a child. So we got all the Brady Bunch up here. You know what? Let me take myself down to make space. Okay, so now we got this kiddo. Okay. All right. So who are we saying is Eloise? Who are we saying is what are we saying? Who is who? Move you over, and I can bring myself back on the camera. Okay, back on the screen rather. All right, so everybody's up here. Everybody's up here. All right, who is Eloise? The girl in Tabitha's Dream was much younger. So this is the girl in Tabitha's Dream right here. This is Dream Girl. This is Eloise. This is Cave Boy or Cave Girl. Ghoulish children, post-sacrifice, kiddos on the slab. So everything's up there. Direct me on what we're doing. Because I see somebody say, yeah, Brady Bunch. I know, right? Was Eloise born in the dark, though? I mean, Eloise was born outside of Fromville. I mean, that's according to Victor, and I'm sure that's according to Henry, even though he hasn't asked about Eloise. He hasn't gone full. I mean, he hasn't mentioned anything about Eloise. So we're saying that maybe Eloise is this person right here. No. We're saying okay, I'm sorry. Eloise. This Eloise is the cave person. Let me move some stuff around. Is this what we're doing? Make you smaller. Move you over. All right. Let's do a side by side. Are we saying this is Eloise right here? This cave person. Eloise in the cave? Is that what we're saying? This is what? Is that what you're saying? Let me make it a little bit bigger. What? Same long wavy hair. I guess, okay. Okay. Let me get the benefit of a doubt. They have the same hair and ears, so maybe Sprinkle Kitty. So Sprinkle Kitty says that's not her though. See, I don't think it is. Okay, let me do a poll. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Do you believe Cave Child is Eloise? All right, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. I'm not really sold on the idea. Maybe a lot of you all are. I want to know, what do you all think? Is Eloise cave person? Is Eloise a part of the Flintstones? Do we have some Flintstone action going on? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Okay, do you believe Cave Child is Eloise? 80% are saying no out of 5 votes, though. 37 people watching, only 5 people voting. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Hopefully everybody votes. Let's get maximum participation of the votes. I'm really curious to know what you all think about this whole cave business. This whole cave business. What in the cave do you think? What in the cave do you think? What in the cave do you think? Just 10 votes so far. 41 people watching, only 11 votes. Yeah, after she set up the puzzle and was looking at the kids before Jade interrupted Tabby. Ms. T says not her, but Eloise could still be out there. Could be. Could be. Okay, maybe that's annoying as far as the ticking sound. So, all right, as of right now, 11 votes. And I mean, just 11 votes. I guess 11 people participating. But it's looking like out of the 11 votes, only, well, 73% say no, 27% says yes. So the people who are saying yes and will say yes as far as the voting, I mean, okay, let's do a comparison. I guess you could say it's the same nose. Maybe the same lips. Maybe the hairline kinda is similar. You can't really see the ears. It's just that, okay, Eloise had to be maybe like 9 years old when going down there. So even if Eloise had been down there for some years, why would they spare Eloise but unalive the little girl season 1, episode 1? Why would they keep Eloise a prisoner? That's why I say it's got to be a. That's why I say it's got to be a hallucination of before the children were sacrificed. How come the other kids appear but not her in the other scenes? Well, so it just may be the actor or actress found other work, like with the creatures, how you saw the cowboy creature one time and he's off doing other things. Same thing with Jasmine Monster. So spoiler alert, I'll go ahead and tell you all. So this we did a run through of all of the actors and actresses on the IMDb the last time we streamed. And this actress is only credited with being on the show one time, which is season 1. So this has got to be a whole different person. Now, it is possible maybe she's not credited because we did see that. I just know that the creatures unalived somebody season 1, episode 1 who was a little girl. So why unalive that child, but then hold Eloise prisoner? When the creatures have been unaliving almost any and everybody who's a human, except for Randall. And that's to mess with Boyd. So if Eloise was down there, you're talking about 40 years ago. All right. So it looks like everybody who's going to vote voted. Out of 11 votes, majority says no. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know who originally said this. Etsy says because she's ghoul number 7, long wavy hair. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. It's possible. So maybe other people will vote, or maybe you all will put more why you believe that it could be Eloise. It could be. It could be. I'm willing to believe it's Eloise, but then it's like, okay, we got 2 episodes left. If it is Eloise, the writers, director, whoever needs to reveal Eloise instead of having it as an Easter egg, if it's an Easter egg. So Etsy says she doesn't age. She's a ghoul. Could be. That could be. That could be. That could be. Could be. That is an interesting point. All right, so this is a marathon, y'all. I said in the beginning of the stream, this is a marathon. We're getting it. We're almost on the cusp of 5 hours, 30 minutes. I'm going to round out. So I think somebody said that they had to go to work or something, and I was like, hey, we're gonna still be streaming for quite a bit. So by the time you get off work, we'll probably still be streaming when you get back. So if you went to work and got off, or went on lunch, typed in the chat and then got off work and you're watching, let me know, because we're putting in that work ourselves. All right, so while waiting for anyone else who wants to vote and weigh in the chat, I'm going to read the explanation of the town and what I believe it is so far, and then we'll compare and contrast after the season's over with. All right. So I believe that Henry was brought into Fromville not for Victor, but for Jim, so Jim would not hinder Tabitha from her purpose. Miranda must have went through the bottle tree and fell from the sky. Maybe Eloise too. Miranda knew the bottle tree always led to the lighthouse because she may have saw others go through it to the lighthouse, not herself. Sarah can only hear voices because she became mentally weakened from her previous abusive relationship, in my opinion. Jade can only see brief hallucinations because he became mentally weakened from his years of drinking and depression, and he has mommy issues. Fatima is a descendant of the kimono woman. Maybe that's the reason why the kimono woman is drawn to Fatima, has been watching Fatima, is because maybe the kimono woman's a descendant of Fatima. Maybe that's why Fatima got brought in to Fromville. Maybe Fatima comes from a lineage of women who were barren, who were brought evil creatures into this earth. We perceive them to be evil, but they may be occultist, where these are not evil creatures, but they're somewhat weapons to go against mankind. Kind of like how Wonder Woman and her people are on Themyscira, how they create stuff to go against mankind. Maybe not. Women who may not be able to have children, including ovulation issues, uterine issues, and fallopian tube issues. That's because their bodies are designed to not give birth to human babies, but to supernatural ones like Jesus and the Antichrist. And so here's my explanation of the town so far. All right. So Eloise could be anywhere if she went into the tree. She could be if she went into the tree. If. A big if. So I think the town is from the mid 20th century, and that's generally considered to be the years 1940 to 1969. This period includes World War II, the Korean War, and the beginning of the Cold War. So I think that with it being the Korean War, maybe the kimono woman was taken as prisoner. And while being prisoner during the Korean War, that's when she maybe willingly or was forced to give up her secrets on how she was able to help other people birth supernatural babies. And so the town's economy circled around the mine. The mine became unproductive, people were starving, the economy declined, and people were dying. A stranger came to town, made promises, and performed miracles. A cult-like following was created. Out of desperation and being susceptible to the miracles, the townspeople believed the stranger to be sent from God. People back then in the 1940s, 1930s were more religious and believing of miracles than they are right now in 2024. There's been evidence presented by the government that they have UFOs, they have aliens. No one cares. People are more focused on inflation and aliens because we're in 2024. However, in the 1930s, people were more susceptible to religion and being religious. And if somebody came and performed miracles and said that they came from God or they're the second coming of Jesus, everyone's not going to believe, but people who are susceptible will, especially if you're performing miracles. So a cult-like following was created. This is all alleged. This is all my theory, all my opinion. All alleged, all theory. Out of desperation and being susceptible to the miracle, the townspeople believed the stranger to be sent from God and worshipped him like Sarah and Elgen followed a voice, followed a mysterious entity. Townspeople were in a cult and presented with the option to eat from the tree of life if they sacrificed 7 children in the cave. The number 7 7 children associated with 7 heavens, with God being at the very top with the angels, the 7th heaven, 7 days of creation. 7 is considered a holy number, and that 7 may have been used to somewhat influence and manipulate people into believing this prophecy, this ritual that could help them get what they wanted. So the cult kidnapped pregnant women and children from the town, forced them to live in the room the kimono woman showed Elgen after giving birth or after being kidnapped. The kimono woman would take the children or baby to the cave. The cult raised 7 children, maybe 7 plus, in the cave jails to be sacrificed. The reason they chose the caves is so no one would find the missing children who were trafficked. One person made the cave painting of the ritual that shows the ritual having been performed for centuries. The town was transformed into a dome trap like the Garden of Eden. After the ritual was completed, the people became demons, monsters, slaves, which was a twist to the immortality they were promised. And they did not want the town to decline or ruin in the Great Depression like other places. So the town became a trap or a dome, which was like stuck in time as it was, which was a twist on keeping things the way they were, which is what they were promised, but not with a twist. And they were given a twist. Fromville is a place created by a ritual designed to give everlasting life, equal to the Garden of Eden. But just like with the serpent tricking Adam and Eve, the serpent told Adam and Eve, or told Eve the truth, but it had a twist. Because the serpent promised Eve that if she eats from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, she'll be like God. And God doesn't want you to eat from the tree because he doesn't want you to be like him because he's jealous, which was true. However, in knowing this knowledge, you were just like God, but you also learned fear, you learned to be evil, and you gained the power to sin, which was a bad thing. And if you're religious, it's called the original sin. And then Jesus came later on during the gospel, and he died. He became the sacrificial lamb to cleanse the original sin. So if you believe in Jesus, you can have everlasting life in heaven. And so that is why we now see a tree in the intro. I believe the tree represents the tree of life. The man in yellow, in my opinion, is the serpent in the story of Genesis, or at least equivalent to it, making promises, not necessarily Satan or the devil. The Bible doesn't really say that the serpent was Satan or the devil. We just kind of believe it is, but it's not spelled out. In Christianity, heaven is a place of peace, love, community, and worship. Biblical authors imagine the earth as a flat place with a dome separating it from the heavens. The dome is the firmament. Above the firmament is the great sea. Above the great sea is is heaven, which you have the seven heavens, and then you have where God is at the very top, the heaven of heavens. And so the Christian Bible does not mention 7 levels of heaven. However, the concept of 7 heavens is found in other religions, including Judaism, Islam, and ancient Mesopotamian religions. The term seventh heaven is used to describe the final state of eternal bliss or a state of a supreme happiness. It comes from the belief that there are 7 levels of heaven, with the 7th being the home of God and angels, like I just said. So that's kind of like ascending to a higher dimensional plane, higher state of being, kind of circling back to what Fatima told Julie, that if you climb high enough, a nightmare can seem beautiful. Talking about a state of enlightenment. Even though you're in a nightmare, your mind can go to a higher state of being, to where it's beautiful as far as what you now see. And I think that was foreshadowing Julie time traveling. All right. So Eloise could be anywhere if she went into the tree. That was already said. Just Me says, oh yeah, that congressional hearing about aliens wasn't ever talked about. I mean, it was mentioned, but people really don't care. They really don't care. I mean, if you talk to people about aliens, they're like, okay, if an alien shows up, will that alien, if the alien wants to stay with us, will they go half on the rent? Yeah. Yeah, will the alien go half on the rent? All right, so everybody who voted or wants to vote will vote. 71% says no, they do not believe Eloise is the child in the cave. But those who believe, nothing wrong with believing it. That's cool. That is your decision. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool. All right. So enough about that. As far as this Eloise business, took me forever to find that picture. But now that I got it, I know where to find it. So I'm happy about that. All right, so let's see. We are basically at the end. I'll end with Julie's hero's journey. Julie has come a long way, y'all. And I hope they do more with the character Julie and Donna and other ones that kind of have gotten, that have fell by the wayside in favor of a more Boyd, Jade, and Tabitha center story. I think they could develop more people, and if they can't, then they should unalive them. So what do you think? Right, half on the rent. Yeah, if you're an alien and you show up in someone's backyard, like, hey, what you doing? It's like, what you got on these groceries? Do you eat food? How do you use the bathroom? Where do you use the bathroom? Because you got to put something on this water bill, on this rent, this mortgage. If you're going to be riding around in my vehicle while I ride you around and you're looking for your homeboys who are also aliens, you got to put in on some gas money. Okay? Put in on some gas money. And if the alien's like, yeah, I got a $10,000, cool.
Yay!
Yeah, cool. Matter of fact, you could put in on this insurance in this car note too. If you're going to be moving in here while you fix your ship. All right, so this was fun. This marathon stream. Can't promise too many more of these. It's just that season 3, episode 8 was so dense and filled with so much information that I couldn't stream on Sunday, which was yesterday like I normally do. I had to take time out to rewatch this, gather notes, have some written notes to be able to do that. All right. So what do you think?
You're out here doing the damn thing. Yeah. Thank you guys so much.
Yep. Thank you. So go ahead and give me a thumb up and like the stream on the way out. If you're watching on the replay, please give me a thumb up, subscribe, click the notification bell, share your social media. Also, join the channel membership so you get to be first class instead of riding a coach. Nothing wrong with coach, but maybe you may want a taste of the good life. Who knows? Who knows?
If you haven't done so, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you like the stream, fam. That helps with the algo. And welcome all.
Yes, yes, yes. Welcome all. Welcome all. So thank you for people who showed up. And of course, always thank you, channel members. Salute, salute, channel members. Thank you, veterans, myself included. Thank you for your service. Happy Veterans Day. Enjoy the rest of it that you can. Thank you to everybody who subscribed, thumbed up the video. Thank you for those who will hit the super thanks when it's available, when this is done processing. Also, thank you to everyone who showed up, who subscribed, even those who are not subscribed, even the hate watchers. Thank you all. Could have done it without you. 3K subscribers in the bag. Can't wait for many more. And one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to maybe start doing more panels when the season ends. And I'll do an after stream for channel members as far as my thoughts on the stream afterwards. And yeah, so Miranda, thank you for the super chat. She says, thanks, guys. No, thank you. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you for the super chat. Helping me keep the lights on. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your donation. Appreciate it. Please, please come again. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Miranda, and you know what? You donated. Guess what? You are modded up. So yep, yep, and yep. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your donation. I appreciate it. Yes, and so if you have been hanging with me all the way to a little bit south of the 6-hour mark, you are the MVP. You have made it. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the watch time. All right, so if you were new here, hopefully you subscribed. If you are not new, thank you for returning home. Thanks again. Thanks for watching. Go forth, do great things, and I'm out. Peace.